very warm welcome to you all. Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Financial Sector Conference. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you all here. I'm Etna Traynor and I'm going to be your guide for the day. Now, when we look at this conference, it's a very urgent conference with what's going on in the world. It's a very, very important conference. And I think more importantly than anything else, it's actually timely. A lot to discuss here. When we think about it, the financial sector drives our economies. It's the very backbone of every other sector in the world. It builds global wealth and facilitates business and development. So your role and your responsibility is hugely important to everybody, on a personal level, on an institutional level, on a business level. And we look at where we live right now. It's dynamic and very volatile times. A lot of uncertainty around, a lot of unpredictability. So the banking sector needs to be strong, our financial sectors need to be strong, our central banks need to be strong because they need to lead and they also need to give guidance to everybody else. Now, of course, yesterday it was great to hear from the Minister of Finance here. Also, we heard from chairmen of leading banks in the region and globally looking at the economic situation around the world. We examined how digitalization is changing our industry. We also looked at the tremendous feedback I think we had from our workshops. And we have great workshops in line for you today. So thank you to all of our great contributors. And indeed, we're going to deliver many more today. This is the place to have the big conversations. We need to be looking at attracting foreign direct investment to our region, and we also need to be looking at the role, the responsibility, and the ability of banks to actually be there to support us every step of the way. Today we have a lot to look at. We're going to be looking at leading CEOs. We're going to talk to them about the banking sector, what's happening. We're going to share, hopefully they'll share their concerns, their great ambitions, what's going on, and lay out the strategy for the new banking future. Once again, our workshops. Don't forget our workshops later this morning. So important. And I know it's a chance for many of you to engage on a more intimate level and to really learn more. We'll take a look later at the global capital markets, what's happening here in KSA. We're going to look at pensions and savings. We're going to take a look at the housing sector, the power of tokenization, the role of venture capital, and the future global money flows. And we're also going to be hearing from the governor of the Saudi Central Bank. We have everything covered for you today. So give us your time, your attention, and your focus. We will be most grateful for it. But to start off our morning, let's get a view from the World Bank. And I want to welcome my dear colleague to the stage now. Tumi Makabo is back with us on the stage with her guest in conversation. Tumi, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Good morning, Edna, and thank you so very much for that very warm welcome and introduction. And another good morning to all of you. I hope you've had plenty of rest. I think we gave you certainly plenty of food for thought yesterday, so I hope as you were relaxing, enjoying dinner, it was all marinating in your head and really focusing you on how we can work together to try to find some of the best solutions to ensure that the global financial sector doesn't only thrive, but of course continues to grow. Now, one of the important things that we have to remember is that everybody's talking about greening economies. Of course, ESG is really important, but it's sometimes a lot easier said than done. So my next discussion is going to be about just that, greening the economy, and certainly the great pivot. How do we turn from how we currently do things to doing things in a more environmentally friendly or greener way, for lack of a better phrase? And frankly, I don't think that I could have found somebody better to have this conversation with you. It is Akihiko Nishio, who of course is the Vice President of Development Finance at the World Bank. He has agreed that I call him Aki, so I'm not being disrespectful in any way whatsoever. Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to have you join me on the stage. So, let's first of all talk about what the key characteristics are of financing flows, not just in the development context, we'll get to that shortly, and what it is that needs to change in those flows in order for us to better and more effectively green economies around the world.
Right. Thank you very much, Tumi, and I'm delighted to be here To answer your question, I think the overall flows to the developing world has increased several fold, which is good news. But it's also been accompanied by a very steep increase in the number of lenders or providers of finance in developing countries, which has led to fragmentation of funding flows, which is a problem because if you are a developing country receiving aid, you don't want your funds to be fragmented. You want to work with a critical mass of funding. So that is a problem. So what needs to change? I think this the fragmentation needs to be arrested and reversed. There is what we call verticalization of funding. This means there are some very large, sectorally focused funds that we call vertical funds. For instance, the Global Fund for AIDS and Malaria. You have the Green Climate Fund. These are all very important funds, but they are vertical. They only focus on one particular sectoral theme, whereas countries' needs are much more diverse, and they want flexibility across sectors.
So how, as the World Bank then, are you working to try to meet some of these challenges, particularly in a development funding context and in the developing world? Because one of the things when it comes to funding, no matter where you're looking in the world, is jurisdiction plays an important part because the rules are different, the way in which people do business in those environments is different, so therefore the solution has to be slightly different.
Absolutely. So in the World Bank, we deploy what we call the country-based model. Country-based model to development, and essentially what it means is we look hard at the institutional, legal, cultural framework for each country, and then we tailor our assistance according to those specific characteristics.
The assumption here would be, therefore, that in more sophisticated markets, in more developed economies, making the pivot may be somewhat easier. Systems are in place, processes are in place, so when you tweak certain processes, there's an easier follow-on on how you make that happen. The challenge when you're looking at developing countries is that those systems aren't as sophisticated, they're not necessarily digitized, mechanized, still done on paper. How difficult or how easy is it? You know, the assumption would be that, for example, in the same way that in many developing economies, there was this leapfrog that happened with mobile telephony, right? So we went from having no phones to everybody having a mobile. They didn't go analog. Is it going to be the case with financing, or is the assumption correct that, in fact, it's harder in developing economies?
You're absolutely right, to me. It is hard to make that pivot in the poorer economies, especially what we call low-income countries among the developing countries, which are least served by infrastructure, by appropriate regulatory framework, etc. So there are some very formidable constraints that need to be surmounted in order to make the pivot in the poor countries. For instance, in Africa, 40% of the population actually don't have any access to the internet. And that is a real issue if you want to make those kinds of paradigm shifts in how you obtain financing, how you use financing. That becomes a major constraint. So the World Bank, what we do is that we try to put in place those infrastructure that will help countries make that pivot. We work with them. Almost all of our funding goes through the client governments. We have staff located in every country to work closely side by side with them.
Can you share with us then, when one is thinking about better support mechanisms for environments where this is a challenge, what is it that you're looking at and thinking? And for those who wish to look at opportunities in those environments, because the assumption is that they're pretty significant because they're untapped markets in some instances, and you have large populations who are essentially underserved. So the opportunities are great. But if it was me, I would want somebody holding my hand to make sure that I wasn't making mistakes I would profoundly regret, entering into a space that I may not be that familiar with and can't readily access data on.
You're right, to me. So what we do typically is that we first need to talk to the people. We need to understand what people's constraints are. You know, what is it that's holding back investing in, getting involved in development activities? We typically do studies at the beginning before launching on any major undertaking, projects or programs, to get a sense of what is it that's really inhibiting their activities. And based on that, we design projects and programs. So we do that in every country.
When you're doing that, obviously risk is what everybody worries about. And if you're looking at climate-related financing or funding, what is it that you are then doing to help them mitigate? So for example, it's one thing to look at the research and say, well, we've done this research and this is how it looks. But how do you ensure that they are able to better mitigate the actual risks that they're facing? Because even in an African context or developing world, those markets aren't homogenous.
Right. So what we do is we stay with the implementers of projects throughout the life of the project. We work side by side with them. We go to the field with them. We experience the same concerns and risks that they face, and we make adjustments along the way.
So what appetite have you been seeing? Are people actually wanting to do this? I mean, considering the concerns and this sort of trepidation and general concern in the financial sector globally and uncertainty, what is the appetite then?
You see, in terms of appetite, the short answer is that there is great appetite. And, but I need to sort of explain a little bit that the World Bank provides concessional financing. Now, about 1/3 of that funding is in the form of grants. So obviously, this means that countries which are risk averse or which have high risk of debt distress will not be borrowing from us, but they are getting either grants from us or very concessional, very low interest rate credit. So, so that kind of encourages them to work with us. And importantly, I think what incentivizes them to work with us is the expertise we have, not only in finance, but in areas related to climate change, mitigation, adaptation, water resource management, smart agriculture. We have experts in all these areas that we can mobilize across the globe. So that, I think, is a powerful incentive.
So you can help and assist the investors. What does help and assistance look like in that context for investees? So those who are receiving that investment, how do you support them to ensure that they're making sure that they're getting the best deal out of it too?
Right,
Because
right.
obviously, potentially lack of the technological advancement and sophistication means that there will be some gaps, perhaps, in how they're able and equipped to make assessments.
So what we typically do is to monitor the project on a very close, say almost a daily basis, to see what benefits, what returns is actually generating at the country level, at the project level. And that allows us, importantly, to make adjustments along the way. Maybe we're doing something wrong, not quite right. And we need to be very open to such findings and learnings so that we can make adjustments along the way.
What's been interesting as I was doing some homework on this is looking at the World Bank's evolution in and of itself and supporting those countries that are meeting the global public good. I want to make sure I get that right. So it's the GPG investment challenge. Tell us a little bit more about that briefly, but I think what I'm interested to really understand is how well countries are meeting that challenge, because we have seen over the past few years that commitment to help developing countries and in developing environments meet climate change goals and imperatives has been great in terms of verbal commitment, but the money isn't always forthcoming, as we have seen.
That's exactly right. So the global public goods are goods like climate, pandemics, well, these are global public bads actually, and also fragility as we call them. So addressing these kinds of concerns is a global public good. And there has been very noticeable international initiatives to address these things collectively, especially on climate, and that's great. But as you say to me, the funding is not forthcoming. And that is something that we have to correct. And the World Bank is now going through a process of trying to ramp up its lending with a particular focus on helping countries address the climate challenges, while still basing our activities on the country-based model.
Can we talk a little bit about that? We're going to be running out of time soon, but can we really talk about this really quickly? Because the reality of the matter is that there was some pressure, but not binding pressures in terms of delivering on the promises made. We won't talk too long about Paris, but in Paris. Why has it been so difficult for countries to meet those pledges? Granted, we've had a pandemic, we've had uncertainty, we've had low interest, we've had all of these things. But when you look at the percentage of GDP that was committed by these countries, it's not that big. I mean, it was a tiny amount, what, 1% or something like that? So it wasn't even anything that would be difficult to deliver on, and yet delivery is problematic. So is it a model issue? Is it that we need to think differently about how we're helping them fund commitments? What is it?
Well, that's a hard question to answer, I must say. I don't think there's one answer. I think it's a combination of things. The fiscal tightness in the donor countries, particularly caused by the invasion of Ukraine, and also the costs needed to deal with climate change, refugees, for instance, they are weighing heavily on donors. But I think it's also perhaps a matter of trying to make global public goods something of greater concern to the people in the donor countries. I don't think we are there yet. I think there needs to be some concerted effort to really strike a chord with the people in the donor countries to say that these global public goods are also your problem. They need to be fixed in order to save your lives. I think that needs to be brought home.
I think that is certainly a very interesting conversation you're going to try to have. And I think it's a difficult issue because every country has got its own priorities. There are geopolitical, socio-political issues happening domestically which impact the disbursement of any funds. So before I let you go, because as you can see, we're already in the red, if there's one thing that you think when we leave here, we need to make sure we do to promote greening economies across the world, not just those who are sophisticated, but those who are developing, what would that one thing be?
I think it's a collective commitment to fight these global challenges. Because they are really ramping up in recent years, as you've already noticed. And it really has to be dealt in ways that have not been done before. I think we all need to sort of come out of the shells that we had. We need to talk collaboratively across country borders. And we need to sort of reach a global consensus, a sense of solidarity that all these issues need to be tackled as a matter of importance to everybody.
I did tell you the time would go fast. You did say so too. Aki, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Akihiko Nishio, the Vice President of Development Finance at the World Bank. Thank you. If I can ask you to make your way that way. And of course, these conversations around looking at innovative and different ways of financing will continue throughout the day. But right next, we've been talking for 2 days now about banking and what is a bank. Well, when the environment has changed as much as it has, and the challenges we've seen have been so significant, does a bank still look like a bank? Well, Etna Trainer is back to talk a little bit about more. Etna?
Thank you very much, Tumi. And yes, in this session, we're going to be looking at when is a bank not a bank? Or is a bank a bank? Whatever. I have three great panel members here who are going to put it into perspective for us and really give us clarity in terms of where this industry is going, what we need to do. Gentlemen, I'm absolutely delighted to have you with us. Please sit and join us. Let me quickly introduce you to them. We have the CEO of Gulf International Bank, Jamal Al-Kishi. Lovely to see you, Jamal. Thank you so much. From Citigroup, the CEO for the MENA region, David Livingston, is with us. Lovely to see you. And Shane Nelson, the CEO of Emirates NBD. So, diverse group here, and you're going to be able to give us plenty of breadth and scope in terms of what's going on with regards to banking. Jamal, is there a danger when we look here in the region that perhaps the Middle East has got a little bit complacent when it comes to banking? You know, we look at what's happening in the world and we look at, I suppose, banks going into high-tech gear, and we're all meant to be going into high-tech gear. What do you think here in terms of what's happening in the banking sector? A little bit of a health check, give it to us.
Sure. Thank you, Etna, and it's a pleasure to be here, and good morning, everyone. Delighted to share the stage with two very, very distinguished bankers. I don't think that we in the region should be concerned as to the health, robustness, safety, and soundness of the banking sector in the region. We're blessed to have what I would consider, in all honesty, very solid, foresightful, prudent regulators who are very, very supportive of the industry, very supportive of the growth that the industry aspires to achieve in the region. And I don't think that anything of late involving the developments on the global stage should cause any concern vis-a-vis the regional financial services industry. Are we doing everything that we need to do in the industry, regionally speaking, in terms of coping with the massive development that is taking place in our economies and the ambitions of the region? Perhaps we have some catching up to do, but that is something we can cover a bit later.
And I think, you know, all industries are very dynamic at the moment, so I think everybody has a lot of catching up to do, so we're not going to blame any sector. David, when we look at the role of banking, you know, put it in perspective just how important is the role of banking in a growing, I suppose, capital markets and really facilitating GDP growth and just strong economic development?
Well, Ed, I think it's vital. It's a absolutely essential part of any economic development. I mean, if we remind ourselves what banks do, we facilitate those with capital and those who need capital to come together. We risk manage, and people can take a different view on an interest rate or a currency, and banks are there to facilitate those. And to your point about a growing economy, when there's structural change, and there's real need to find the pockets where growth are going to come from, the banking system extending credit is an incredibly important part of achieving that economic growth. And credit has been part of the growth story here in the Kingdom as well as in the region, and the banking system will continue to do that.
Shane, when we look at the role of banking, and it's changed, and I don't think it's just changed in the last few years, it's probably changed at a faster rate than it had previously changed. But how convinced are you that, you know, international investors are looking at the Middle East and, you know, looking at this as a solid growth region, particularly when it comes to the banking sector?
I think that's an interesting question because most banks have had shareholder prohibitions on foreign investors for a number of years in many of the countries we operate in. But that's changed. So if you look at like Emirates NBD, we made our foreign shareholding can go up to 40%. So more and more you're finding that banks around the world are opening up their shareholder registry to foreign investors. And now we're seeing a lot of interest from foreign investors and big sovereign wealth funds, not just from the region, but offshore, buying into the story of the Gulf. Because it's one of the great stories at the moment for investors, where we've got lots of liquidity, the economies are doing super well, and it's a great investment story for banks. And You know, if you look at the profitability that was turned out by the banks for 2022 in the region, outstanding results.
And I suppose the banks have had time to mature here, whereby people have cautiously maybe been looking at this, at the industry, at the sector, and even at this region, and really thought, well, actually, they've done what they set out to do. They've proven they can do it. And I think probably you're seeing a bigger influx now, are you?
Well, I think you're seeing the ambition of Saudi is quite outstanding, and you see the ambition of the UAE. It's unbelievable, and I know most people in this room they've seen the birth of these countries from where they were 30 years ago. It's unbelievable, and the infrastructure that's been built around that is quite outstanding. But it's just the beginning, and I think that's the big opportunity for financial institutions in the region to actually capture that opportunity and keep growing with that huge ambition that just about every Gulf country has.
Yes, and it's that ambition that's going to drive it all. David, let's look at the client expectations in terms of how important they are now. The client is a lot more savvy, probably more involved in terms of the business. But is the client expectation, is that driving innovation now in the financial services? And again, putting greater demands on the bank as well?
So I think we need to make a distinction first up, because there's a broad range of clients, and
Yes,
Shane
yes.
might have a
Yes,
client
please.
base which is
So they're
somewhat
all
different.
demanding, aren't they?
They're all demanding, so from the retail and the institutional side. Well, I think the first thing that clients would need, back to my earlier comments, is access to financing, and that is the critical thing as economies grow, and that needs to be as frictionless and as available as it possibly can be. But I think in part behind your question is also client experience expectations, and I think the last period, while institutional banking has been something which has been revolutionized through digitization, through electronic trading, through foreign exchange platforms, it's really been since the advent of the smartphone and what's happened in retail banking. And Shane, you must live this every single day, the expectations of clients for that delivery, that seamless delivery of services. And that's feeding back into the institutional world now. And we all live our lives on a smartphone. And in institutional banking, that's also how our clients want to engage with us. So automation, the complete delivery through a digitized platform.
Jamal, do you think that banking needs to rethink risk and reward, for the customer, and like other sectors, looking at, I suppose, the quality of experiences, of a bank? And also, we have a new generation coming up, as you said. The expectations now are very much, digital. But talk to me about the risk and reward, and how do you think, does that have to be reconfigured?
I think what you find in the region here, upon closer scrutiny, is we have, for the most part, benefited from a lot of liquidity, from retail deposits, some wholesale deposits. Those were obtained at a cost that is quite minimal by global standards. That liquidity was deployed, for the most part, lending to the corporate sector, the upper tiers, upper echelons of the corporate sector, in a manner that I would, if I wanted to be brutally honest, in a manner that underpriced risk for that sector, at the expense, for the most part, at the expense of some retail and smaller institutions. Now, the banks, from a return on equity perspective, having benefited from the very, very inexpensive funding, and having deployed the liquidity in terms of richly priced retail products and maybe slightly underpriced corporate clients, they have benefited. And obviously, return on equity here in the region for banks is quite high as compared to others. Okay. I think the challenge here is to make sure that we develop ourselves as an industry to meet the requirements of the new economies and the ambitions of the nations that we serve. And that is the challenge.
Could I?
Please, by all means, come in.
I'd say one of the things, once you started getting to the era of open banking and you get fintechs coming in, I think the cross-subsidization that you talked about, where some products banks will charge too much for one product and get away with it. Over time now, when you get open banking and you get fintechs coming in, that cross-subsidization will not work. So pricing risk and reward correctly as we go forward will be very important, because if you're getting too fat in one area, that's an area that those fintechs will absolutely target. They'll go for those margins, they'll drive down the price. So I think in some regards, if you're not getting the right risk-reward balance, you're going to end up, a chunk of your business will be taken out by default. It'll just move. So I think open banking and fintech will actually, I think, accelerate that pace of that cross-subsidization needs to go over time.
David, please.
Yeah, and if you look at the experience of the last 15 or so years outside of the region, you've seen a lot of banks make choices about the products and areas they are genuinely competitive in and exit the ones that they're not, because of competition, not just from fintechs, but from other banks. And so think on that sort of risk management side, you're going to manage risk better in an area where you're very effective and you actually have a good business. And so I think part of maybe the future, and particularly in an environment where interest rates are back, is going to be, well, risk management and making those choices about the businesses that you're going to be competitive in or not as a bank.
David, stay with open banking for a minute, if you would, and also in terms of how it's really going to, I suppose, change the face of banking. We saw a lot of, on the exhibition area there, a lot of the fintechs who are demonstrating what's going on here. But also when we hear from some of them, you know, they talk about maybe the lack of infrastructure and particularly the sophistication of the APIs that are available from the bank. I mean, do you have to join them rather than beat them? Is that the way that, you know, when we're looking at open banking and the fintechs, what do you need to do to be part of that? Because it's here to stay.
I suppose there's two strategies the industry can adopt, right? One is you just try to block them out as much as you possibly can because you don't want them eating into your profit base. That's one strategy. But generally the regulators will stop that strategy, right? So they'll impose it on you. So I think, you know, the idea for us is always, you know, we have an API Silk. So from our perspective, you know, we're more than ready to embrace fintech. But at the same time, fintechs have got to remember that, you know, we've got about 30% of credit and debit card payments, for example, market share in the UAE. We're not going to give our customer base away for free, right? So I think the fintechs, when they are looking at it, it's like, oh, well, we can get the customer base, right? Yes, you can, but it needs to be a win-win for both counterparties. So I think, you know, we do want to embrace the fintechs, but on the same token, the economics have to work for us as much as they have to work for them. And you know, it's taken us a long time to build that sort of scale. We're not going to give it away for free. So I think that there's an adoption strategy that all banks will do, and they'll be made to do it. And there will be standards for APIs for all the platforms, which we're there now. But over time, you know, you're going to have to embrace them. But I think fintechs also have to come with the demeanor that we both need to win out of this.
I think that makes perfect sense. David?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that the one thing that isn't controlled, if you like, even if you create an open banking platform and APIs, is client selection and customer selection about what they are comfortable in doing in an open banking environment. Some of the experience from other markets which have introduced open banking is that is the binding constraint. And actually the take-up of open banking has been much less than some of the regulatory expectations.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right there, David. If you listen to the UK banks, they'd say we spent billions building open banking, and yet the take-up is actually quite poor. Besides payments, I think it's probably the only area that has done
we're
well.
on the payment
side.
So
I think it's very costly to build these platforms, and often, you know, the clients aren't using them as the way that people envisage they'd use them. And some of it's about trust, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that's at the very heart of everything you do. Jamal, let's talk about digitalization. I know it's something that has come up in all of the topics too, and it's here to stay without a doubt. It's in the retail, it's in wholesale, investment, asset management, across the board. You know, we need to be looking at it. But can banks, you know, sometimes even, you know, is retail still a good place to be? Do we need retail banks, do you think? But again, how do we add value? How does the banking sector add value to all areas?
Retail is a basic industry that is being transformed, buffeted in many ways, and changed by technology in very, very profound ways. Will retail banks exist in the current format with branches and the conventional way of doing retail a few years from now? I suspect that proposition is not certain. Retail will continue to be there through digitalized channels, through maybe banking as a service, social networking platforms, being the infrastructure behind lifestyle and behind applications, digital applications and electronic platforms that people use in everyday life. Today, I think the younger generations are more, they're not looking for banks. They're not looking for a retail bank to bank with. They want to buy stuff. They want to transact seamlessly through the platforms that they tap into, be it a social network, be it an e-commerce platform, be it a professional platform of some sort. They're not going to go to a bank to transact. They want to buy online, they want to transact online, they want to deal with providers of certain services and messaging services, and banks will have to be there as a service, maybe providing the infrastructure behind, enabling the financial transactions behind those. But retail as a concept will continue to be there. Individuals would want to have, obviously, accounts and would want to be able to transact.
Did you want to follow up that, David?
I don't think this goes in one direction. I think there are different paths that can go. And if you look at the US, for example, the resilience of branch networks has remained a very important competitive advantage for some of the major banks. So the demise of the bricks and mortar model was probably called too early.
But their telecom sector needs a bit of help too. So I think when that's boosted, other things might change.
Yes, you don't look to the US market for telecom innovation necessarily. But let's take an example on the other side, though. If you take what's happened in Africa with the creation of M-Pesa by Safaricom and Vodacom, I mean, a fantastic enabler and disruptor, but not against retail banking, but against a void that didn't exist. And I'd say that back to your earlier question about the role of banks, or financial services generally, what a fantastic innovation, but enabler of small and medium businesses,
yes,
sole traders and so on, with millions of people on the continent now using that as their payments platform. And that's fantastic, but also alongside existing retail banks, which continue to operate.
And I mean, and that's often, stay with us, David, where you would talk about the democratization of banking, how actually it has changed so much over the years.
Yeah, and I think sometimes it's a mistake to say that financial inclusion is just about, I suppose, sort of a philanthropic element. It's actually about economic growth, and it's about bringing more people into that active financial services system, and to save, to get extensions of credit at a micro level, and then ultimately become more active participants in. And I think that has been the real benefit of digitization, which has allowed that to be created on, as I said, on a mobile banking platform in many places.
I mean, when you think of it, you know, banking, there's touch points in all our lives at all times, and sort of the individual banker and the retail banker, people have small businesses, they grow, they invest, they move, so people are at the very heart of this as well. Shane, I know that Emirates NBD has been very much at the forefront of digital technology, and you've invested, I don't know, beyond maybe $500 million in this, Shane. Talk to me in terms of what's the payoff been, and is this a continual investment? It's not going to be a one-off.
I wish it was a one-off, but no, it's not. I'll take you back probably about 15 years ago, I did a trip to Silicon Valley, and interestingly, one of the institutions I called on then, besides all the tech startups, was SVB, which 15 years ago would look pretty impressive. But one of the things I came away from that trip in Silicon Valley, 15 years ago, was the catch cry, digitize or die. And when I took over Emirates NBD, that was the catch cry I used at Emirates NBD. So we're now 100% cloud native. Very few large banks in the world are 100% cloud native. So we've come a long way in the technology, but that's painful. You have to stop doing a lot of stuff to actually do a full architecture rebuild. You can't keep spending money building stuff on the old legacy platform as you build the new one. So you have to make choices. So for a lot of banks, that's a very difficult choice to make. I've got to stop innovation because I need to rebuild the whole architecture. Now we've completed that. But what has that allowed us to do? We now have about 50% of our credit cards are straight-through processing. On tablet, on phone, approved, right? It's a complex journey to do loans on straight-through processing. If you look at most digital banks in the world, they're very good at deposits. Yeah, very good at deposits. Lending, you've got to put through your compliance system, you've got to put through credit bureaus, you've got to put through your own internal scoring system, right? It's a complex journey. And unless you build that core infrastructure to do it, you just won't get there. So not only is it good for the customer, but it's good for, obviously, our cost base, right? If there's no touch point from staff making that assessment, looking at pieces of paper, it's much more efficient. But the most important thing with our journey has always been the customer. Because the customer now, he wants it now. He doesn't want a week wait for his credit card approval, right? He wants it now. And he wants an electronic card now. And that's what we're trying to deliver. It's not an easy journey, but if I look at things like credit card numbers, where our approval rates are double what they were pre-pandemic since we've finished our journey in digital. I'll give you a very good example. As you would all know, we've had a lot of IPOs in Dubai and the UAE of late, not as many as, or as big as Saudi, but we keep trying. And I'd say we had a securities company that was number 6, wasn't doing really well, wasn't making a bit of money, but not a lot. And we decided to digitize the whole experience for opening with the DFM an investment account, a national investment number, opening a bank account, and opening a securities company account. So on one app, you can do the lot, and you can buy that IPO. We've now gone from number 6 to number 3 in securities in 12 months. So there's an example that people always think that technology is threatening. It's also very disruptive to gain market share as well.
And becoming an enabler, I mean, it's essential.
Huge
without a
enabler,
doubt. Yeah.
huge enabler.
David, do you want to quickly?
Jamal might want to comment on this as well. As I look forward in the region, I mean, to Shane's point on the consumer side, we're seeing the same on the institutional side, and the need to continue to invest in major platforms. If you're running a big foreign exchange business, a security services, whatever, as we do at Citi, one of your absolute demands, but also competitive advantages, is to keep that rate of investment, to keep innovating and keep the client experience improving. The question, of course, is for national banks and regional banks is can they afford that on their own? Do they need to cooperate with others who are going through the same? Do they need to outsource certain activities to major platforms like Citi in order to be able to continue to serve their customers? Because the technology spend is enormous. But Jamal, you probably see the same.
Jamal, following on that too, though, we talked about the strength of the banking in this region, but why have we not seen a big banking brand, a big, Middle East brand? Do we need it? Do we have to do it? Do we see, better regional ones? All banks can't be created equal. What do you think?
I think our quest should not be to build a regional brand as such. It would be great to have the Emirates of banks amongst our banks. It would be great to see the Aramco banking amongst the regional banks. But
Oh, branding, you mean, not Aramco taking over the banking sector.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant the region
Of course,
was
yes.
capable of
Yes.
producing Emirates in aviation, Aramco in oil and gas, SABIC in petrochemicals. We did not produce the equivalent in our industry, and we should be capable. Given the ambitions in the region, given the visions developed by leadership in the region, I think, in the region deserve a financial sector that can actually deliver upon these ambitions. Developing sector and industry expertise on a global world-class sector and industry expertise. Global connectivity for our clients and stakeholders in the region into the global economy. Finding partnerships, developing synergies, developing markets, accessing pools of capital, be it on the debt side, be it on the equity side, for investing in the region, meaning attracting foreign direct investments, best practices, developing world-class partnerships intra-region and between the region and the outside world. And I think these are key areas that require a great deal of thought, vision, and hopefully strategic plans to develop amongst our banks in the region.
And I want you to hold that thought and then wrap it up in our final closing comment here, if we would. Shane, when you think of, you've built a solid regional bank, you've got a big process, a big visibility in Turkey, in this region here, in Egypt, in India. Is the banking sector a good, solid place? Can we future-proof this industry, and can we attract the talent? And I need about a minute from you on all of that in one.
I think on the talent basis, I've been surprised. For example, we built out an advanced analytics platform, which I thought we would struggle to get data scientists. But to live in this region, we're actually attracting them. We've built it up to 80 people now, so in a short amount of time. So I think talent, as we change as an industry into analytics, data scientists, mathematicians, all the STEM areas, that's what we need now in the banking industry. And as we develop, and if we do it the right way, we will attract that talent. I think we're attractive employers, and we are getting some world-class talent coming and working in the region, and I think that will continue. Are we a solid industry? I slightly disagree with you on we need a global. I'm very focused on we need strong regional, because a lot of the economics are offshore in, say, for example, Europe. They're not very good economics. Why stretch your capital and your liquidity into offshore markets when the opportunity is here?
Right.
This is the big opportunity. Why stretch yourself? Because the regulatory complexity, risk of offshore versus the region that has huge ambitions, grow really big where you are and grab hold of that opportunity.
And that growth it's continuing. David, please, again, sort of what do we need to do here? And again, is this a good business to attract talent?
So on talent, yes, but the dimensions that attract talent are not just what the banks do and offer. It's the whole environment, and it's the whole economy. And I'd say here in the kingdom, the continuing reforms under Vision 2030 are exactly what you need to continue to attract regional and global talent, and we're seeing that very strongly in our own activities. But just quickly onto the point of the sort of, do you need a regional or a champions? Let it come. Let it just happen naturally. And as Shane said, the opportunity is here within the region, but I don't think it should be an objective in and of itself. It should just evolve.
So Jamal, I'm leaving you the closing word. Where do we go from here? What's important? And if there's a call to action, what would you want to happen? What needs to happen quickly?
I think we have a solid banking sector. I think we need to graduate the sector into a position of having the competencies to actually serve the ambitions of the region. Again, 3 basic areas I've been talking about of late: developing sector and industry expertise so that our bankers can be actually genuinely value-accretive advisors to our clients. We need to because we know the landscape, we know clients, we know industries. We need to connect our clients to regional partners and global partners. And we need to do our part in terms of attracting capital from abroad into the region to obviously, hopefully, part fund some of the ambitions that we have in place. And we are uniquely positioned as banks to actually do that, and do that with efficacy.
And make sure that that money is coming in here and not going out. Absolutely. We have to wrap it up there. Gentlemen, I really want to thank you so much. Shane, thank you so much. Shane Nelson from Emirates MBD, David Livingston from Citi, and Jamal Al-Kishi. Thank you so much from Gulf International Bank.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for them all. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That sets the scene there in terms of what's happening on the banking sector. And I'm going to hand you back to Tumi for our next session and leave it with her to continue what's coming up.
Thank you, Edna. So part of the day yesterday, we spoke a little bit, please take your seat. We spoke a little bit about ESG. Actually, we've been speaking a lot about ESG. And the reality of the matter is that it's not only on everybody's lips, but the question of how do we do it as well as we possibly can. Well, joining me right now, not just to talk about ESG specifically, but the broader impact thereof, is Tony Cripps, who's the Managing Director and CEO of Saudi British Bank, also known as SAB, here in Saudi Arabia. Thanks for joining me.
Most welcome.
And welcome. So, everybody is talking, I think it's kind of like a new buzzword at the moment, this de-globalization thing. And people will argue, is it real, is it not? I shan't say what my personal view is, because that's not relevant. But the question is that the result of what has happened in the world over the past few years is that people are thinking more in terms of national imperatives and what happens domestically and how do we shore up domestically. How is that thinking, or that type of thinking, manifesting in the financial sector here in Saudi Arabia to begin with?
So the two drivers that are pushing this independence, this national independence that you describe, that some people call deglobalization, it's really about resilience, and it's related to what happened during COVID, the supply chain disruption. So that is driving part of it. The other part is, of course, the transition focus, the decarbonisation. So both of those things are driving infrastructure building. And in Saudi, the infrastructure building in the decarbonisation part is just massive. The infrastructure program here is at least $1 trillion, and a lot of that is in relation to solutions for new technology, solar, green hydrogen, which was spoken about yesterday. But those projects are being built by multinational corporations. So the idea that this disconnects you from the rest of the world, I mean, the solar farm there's an Indian company helping build that. It's a PIF project, so it's government related. But that's connecting an Indian provider to build a solar solution. It's the second largest in the world. It's the second lowest production of solar energy. And the green hydrogen plant is, again, a combination of multinational corporations. So it's wrong to describe it as deglobalization. It is building national infrastructure, but that means everyone should be able to participate.
And nobody can build everything domestically in any event. So a lot
Right.
of the materials that you'll require, as
Yeah,
you
of course.
indicate, will have to come from elsewhere in the world. So Saudi's view and the way they're thinking about ESG, the way they're thinking about how to do it, about greening, about their initiatives and all of this, how does that fit when you look at a regional picture? And then how does it fit looking more globally? My sense would be that there's a bit of a ripple effect happening as a result.
Yeah, so the important thing is to set standards, as we know, and Europe has led the way, really, in this. And so Saudi's very focused on setting these standards, which will provide a framework, a regional hub, if you like, for the ESG program for the whole region. And in infrastructure itself, in adhering to these principles, Saudi will be an exporter of solutions to the region when it comes to energy. The green hydrogen plant is an example. The solar farm's another one. and then how the credibility, I guess, of the region then links to the rest of the world in the way it attracts foreign direct investment. So the more credibility Saudi can build for itself and the region, the more those links are built. And Saudi and the region needs foreign direct investment to create the solutions. So that journey's started and it's going very well, but more needs to happen.
One of the things about ESG, and I've sort of been struck by how we all talk about it as if it's done and we've been doing this for the past 5 years and everybody's happy about it. But the reality is that not everybody's on board with ESG. Can we talk a little bit about the difficulty of that process? So even though oftentimes one can be in agreement in principle and say, yes, I think these are definitely, we need good environmental context, we need social considerations and governance is key. We can all say that. Not everybody necessarily will appreciate the significance in import and implementing and making it happen and promoting it. How difficult a process is that?
Well, if I think about 5 years ago, it was very difficult. But a lot's been done in many markets, and Saudi is looking at best practice everywhere and making things happen at a faster pace. So you need to have a plan, and then you need to break it down. And if I think about driving financing at least, it's about having the definition right, so the taxonomy, and then creating financial services companies, creating products which customers can use easily. A regulatory framework that incentivizes or penalizes, depending on which way you want to look at it, or both. And then lastly, for customers to understand the risks.
Yeah.
So if you don't do this, it's not just a brand issue, it will extend to your credit rating, for instance. It will be transparent if you're a listed company on the stock exchange. So if you break it down into those pieces and then get organized around delivering solutions in that area, it can happen quickly.
One of the components, and I think this is a tremendous opportunity in many regards, is the question of lending, specifically when you're looking at small and medium enterprises. So the rapid growth that we're likely to see in this region over the next decade or so, I think presents tremendous opportunity, but that's not necessarily restricted to this region. That can be anywhere, particularly when one is thinking in the deglobalization context and the fact that in many markets, they're looking at sourcing domestically, and some of these smaller companies may be the perfect vehicle for delivery. Talk to us a little bit about lending to those and ensuring, one, growth, one, that risk is mitigated and reduced, because everybody's feeling a bit risk averse at the moment in some instances. Yes. And how do you do both of those things in a way that is doable and manageable?
So firstly, in Saudi, the diversification of the economy is going to create many opportunities for SMEs. And the government has made very clear the strategy on SME is around the diversification and, of course, to create employment. The SME sector in most developed economies creates 60 or 70% of employment. So again, there is a plan, and the way in which the government's supporting, incentivizing financial institutions to take more risk in this area is a number of programs. One particularly that was initiated is called Kafala, and the government is effectively taking risk on bank lending to SMEs so that the engagement can start happening. Now that's only 10% of the sector, but it's initiated banks to want to participate with that support, and then learning from that and getting the DNA right in how to manage a portfolio of SMEs, then you can start building your own risk positions around it. There was an SME bank that's been created to support. So there's many things happening, and it's working. You heard yesterday the finance minister talking about the diversification progress, which is extraordinary, the percentage, the non-oil contribution on GDP, and that's driving the supply chain requirements for SMEs. So in areas like tourism, it's easy to understand. There's so many opportunities actually in some of these sectors, and we're seeing real growth. I think the contribution to GDP from SMEs is going to go from 15% or something all the way up to 25 to 30%. And that is going to create a very different economy for the better.
We can get very excited, and I certainly think it is an exciting environment and an exciting time for growth in this part of the world. And particularly when we talk about how important how important a role ESG is playing. The challenges, though, will obviously also be there when it comes to ESG. In your mind, what are some of the key challenges that you think we need to ensure we don't lose sight of to ensure that it doesn't fail and that it delivers what we all hope it'll deliver?
Some of it, I think, within financial institutions at least, it starts with an internal challenge. How you motivate your salespeople and your risk people and your management to want to drive this as a top priority. Because it's so easy when things are further down the road and the deals aren't there, or they're in the minority, and they still are, then everyone wants to concentrate on doing business. But I remember many years ago, a senior executive within HSBC said, look, this may seem a long way away, but you better get used to the idea that ESG compliant lending in banking will become your biggest sector globally. It'll be above every other sector you can think of. It's already in the top 10 from nowhere 20 years ago, 10 years ago even. So the way in which you start to motivate internally is to say that our balance sheet will probably be something like 20% ESG compliant within the next 5 to 7 years, which for us is something like 34 billion of lending. So unless you really know how to do this properly, to be able to structure these deals, to understand the risk around these deals, you're going to miss out on a big part of your business. So getting that right, and then as I said, you have to break that down into the components to deliver and make sure your customers can easily access products. In one market, and related to SME, it's expensive to some extent complying with ESG at an institutional level. You've got to do stuff. So SMEs find it very difficult. It's too expensive. They don't have the people. They don't have big departments of risk managers. So we created a framework, a solution for SMEs in another market I worked in that made it very easy for SMEs to get licensing, government licensing, that made them, from a regulatory point of view, compliant for SME lending. And so overnight, any SME in that market with that particular government license, which wasn't hard to get, became eligible for a green loan. So thinking of solutions like that, making it simple.
Differently about it, yeah.
Yeah.
And I suppose that would extend to the broader question then of allocating capital towards sustainable finance, right? And how you are looking at sort of the shorter term inconvenience of creating this allocated, dedicated funding to the broader, longer-term benefits of ensuring that you do it correctly. So talk to me a little bit about that broader question and what organizations need to be thinking about when looking at allocating capital towards sustainable finance.
There is a transition of finance away from carbon-intensive industries, as we know, and it's a long transition. It can't happen overnight, but as you move capital from carbon-intensive industries to non-carbon-intensive or sustainable by definition, you need to do that in a way that is not disruptive. Some of the incentives around it are from a risk point of view. So if you don't have a certain part of your balance sheet dedicated to climate mitigation, as a bank, you're not going to be very popular. So we've seen enough volatility in the last few weeks not to add that to it. So banks everywhere have made commitments and they need to stick to them. So that's part of it. But I think regulators also have a stick and a carrot. And in markets that I've been in, there have been incentive arrangements in the capital markets. For instance, in Singapore, the Singapore government paid for the fees for debt issuance in green format. And that was a catalyst for companies to do that. And there's other ways of dealing with that. There's been talk about risk-weighted asset treatment of certain types of green lending, which would make it economically more profitable. Hasn't happened yet, but there's good discussions around it. So there's many things on the risk side and on on the carrot side that can happen.
Lastly, you spoke a little bit about regulatory oversight right now. Very briefly, as we draw our conversation to a close, the import of ensuring that the process of oversight, it's not even a question anymore of whether or not it's onerous, but that it is done correctly, but not being so intrusive that you force people to sort of do less because they're so determined to make sure that they comply without any error or not being erroneous in that process. For me, it seems that would be quite a balancing act to try to strike, but it's still an important thing, particularly because we're still quite in the early stages
Yeah.
of ESG compliance.
Yeah.
But we also don't want to stifle growth in that process.
You're 100% spot on. There's a lot more to do. The disclosure requirements are building and therefore making it more consistent. But in many cases, there are ESG ratings, if you like, that are not accurate. And therefore, there's two sides that need to improve. Disclosure needs to improve, but also the way in which that's collected consistently in order to incentivise the right outcomes, which is a proper, transparent assessment of a company's progress in its ESG compliance. And it's unfortunately, there's a long way to go, but there has been work done. And as an industry, we want to promote and encourage that.
And I think it's going to be certainly an interesting journey as we all find our way around that. Tony, thank you so very much. We're completely
Most
out of
welcome.
time, but it's been an absolute pleasure, not just meeting, but speaking with you. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Cripps, a round of applause for him. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just like that, we've come to that part of the morning where we have to take a little bit of break, but you also, of course, get to go to visit the marketplace and also enjoy some of the expert focus sessions in the main hall. And then, of course, enjoy lunch. So bon appetit, and we'll meet you back here at 1:45. See you in a bit. afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to those of you in the room and to those of you watching online as well. I heard rumors that there were some really exciting expert sessions, focus sessions this afternoon, so I hope you really, really enjoyed it. So this conversation, please take your seats, gentlemen. This conversation is going to be really looking at the question of pensions and making sure that we are designing models that not only solve some of the challenges that we have in pension environments and schemes at the moment, but that those are sustainable and built for longevity. Joining me to have that conversation, please welcome His Excellency Faisal Al Ibrahim, Minister of Economy and Planning with the government of Saudi Arabia. Warm welcome to you, Excellency. Ammar Al-Khudairi, the chairman of the Saudi National Bank, and Matthias Cormann, Secretary General of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. I think a round of applause would be appropriate right now. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Excellency, if I can then begin with you. Here's the reality. People are living longer. We have decreased birth rates. Family sizes are changing. And we're looking at perhaps a significantly lower labor force participation. What is the real impact that this is having on pension schemes? And perhaps we can start with a broader view and then look at what the reality is that you're facing here in Saudi Arabia.
Sure, thank you very much, Tumin. It's a great pleasure to be here. I think globally, in general, pension schemes were set up for the most part decades ago. Sometimes even 7 or 8 decades ago. They were designed to achieve a few objectives. Obviously, aside from financial stability, of course, the pension schemes need to be funded well enough to serve future generations. But in general, I'd say demographics have changed globally, all around the world. You have to look at some components such as dependency ratios, how much of the retirees are relying on the distributions or the let's say the contributions of the people who are in workforce in pension schemes. We need to make sure that not only is there a balance, but that we preempt any demographic changes that could affect that. Ultimately, the objective is the long-term fiscal sustainability of households. But of course, with it comes economic activation or economic participation and so many other areas. The world has evolved dramatically. I think components such as healthcare, quality of life, education have improved, and they've changed the demographic profile of the constituents or of the populations that are being served through these pension schemes. In Saudi, average age has gone up a little bit in the last 10 years or 12 years, up by 3 years of age. We have a life expectancy in the 50s was at around 40. Today it's around, estimated by the UN, 75. We estimate it to be or reach 78 by 2030. This means the population is still young, but it is also growing, which makes us in a good position to preempt any demographic changes through availing the right kind of pension schemes that ensure ultimately the financial sustainability of these households and their resilience, but also the financial stability of the pension schemes, because that's very important, and also the add-ons, the economic activation, the economic participation, and truly the ability to harness the energy of people in the workforce.
I'd like to talk a little bit about reforms in just a moment, but before we go there, perhaps if I could come to you, Ammar. One of the big questions around this topic is savings, how much people are able to save or don't save in many environments, and the capacity of people to save. So it's not always that they don't wish to, but their incomes simply don't allow them, or the prevailing economic environment is not conducive to them being able to save sufficiently to help fund their retirement. How are we seeing changes in the way in which people are engaging savings in the context of their retirement in your space? How is that beginning to look? Is there change at all that is being driven by some of these demographic changes and work imperatives?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Actually, some of the larger corporations in Saudi Arabia have implemented saving programs for their employees, and they give them very good incentives. Sometimes they match them one-to-one on their savings. They help them deploy the savings into sound investment products, and they would have a unit that does risk assessment and quality assessment of these products. So an employee gets access to some of the best-in-class funds and asset managers, which is great. But that is limited to a small number of the very largest corporations. And I would urge that we start thinking about how we provide an ecosystem and incentives to smaller corporations to start onboarding or adopting such programs. Because without a doubt, globally, if you don't supplement the pension plans with personal savings, there's going to be a shortfall, number one.
For smaller organizations, sorry to come in there, but I'd like you to elaborate a little bit on this. For smaller organizations who perhaps don't have the resources currently, that sounds like quite an onerous proposition potentially, because it would require that they would have to allocate not necessarily increased funding to help their employees, but they need to sort of ring fence some funds to ensure that where there is shortfall, they can try to assist their employees in doing so. How is that conversation currently evolving? I know you say that you're encouraging it. How is the conversation evolving?
Not yet. I think we need to become a bit more assertive in addressing it. And for example, in Saudi Arabia, the law requires all corporations, even the smallest, to set aside a certain amount of money for end-of-service indemnity. Now, that could be parlayed into some sort of a retirement fund or plan. First, they need to isolate it from a, from a funding point of view and have the cash set aside. But that would go. That would be a great start towards creating an ecosystem where the companies, because there is some funding there already, or at least allocation of funding. So that could be a good initial catalyst for this kind of a change. You could supplement that with some sort of incentive from the government, some sort of a zakat or tax break or something like that.
Excellency, I know you want to say something. Can I ask you to hold the
No
thought
problem.
for 1 second?
Sure.
I want to let Matthias go in so he doesn't think that we've abandoned you. Matthias, we know you're still there. Can you give us the view perhaps from where you sit and the European picture? It's, pension schemes are taking a bit of strain because of some of the demographic challenges that we've mentioned now, but perhaps you can just share with us how you're trying to think through that space.
Well, I mean, in most advanced economies around the world, pension schemes are under significant pressure because of comparatively rapid aging of the population. I mean, in most advanced economies, you have this combined effect of people living longer and living healthier, but also rapidly declining birth rates, which means that the traditional business model of financing pensions, where you had a certain number of active contributors in the workforce funding the retirement incomes of people who'd reached pension age, is no longer really viable. Overwhelmingly, in those countries, the conversation is about increasing the retirement age, about finding ways to encourage additional private savings, looking at ways to ensure that the traditional ways of contributing are augmented, that we're moving away from a defined benefit to more contributory type schemes. I mean, the good news for Saudi Arabia is that the demographic outlook in Saudi Arabia is actually still very strong. The birth rate is high. Yes, life expectancy has significantly increased, which for all of us is good news. But the lead time for reform in Saudi Arabia that is available, that is in front of Saudi Arabia, is longer than what it is in some of the other advanced economies around the world. If you look at what's happening in Europe, there's huge pressure to pursue reforms quickly in areas that are very sensitive politically, if I may say so. The best way to pursue structural reforms to things that go to retirement incomes, pension arrangements, is by being able to develop and implement them with long lead times so that people can plan for what is ahead a long time into the future. The shorter the lead time for a reform, the harder it is to get public acceptance. And this is where I think Saudi Arabia is in a comparatively good position.
Excellency?
Sure. So on Saudi,
Well, you wanted to say
yes,
something.
on I'd say on savings, you know, there's 5 pillars in this dimension. We have covered what they call Pillar 0, Pillar 1, which is mainly government support or government-funded pensions, very well. Pillar 2 and 3, which is mainly around savings, and as Ammar said, we need to really cover that gap more, and that's what we're really busy with in the last 3 years. We have a strategy that we're currently working on and actually submitted and debating on improving the savings behavior in Saudi. We have the end of service benefit, which is partially considered in Pillar 3, but because it doesn't get, let's say, utilized beyond leaving a job and into retirement, it's still not truly a savings that goes into the multi-pillar, if you will, approach of having more than one source for people at old age, at retirement. So that's something we're studying. We've actually submitted some proposals, and I can't talk about the details now, but that will address this. And it will address, one area will address how much of a burden or less of a burden it puts on SMEs and private enterprises as part of this reform. So,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, one of the things that I would like to talk about, looking at the question of reform, we have 2 spaces. So we have developed economies, which are dealing with slightly different issues when compared with developing and emerging economies. In some of those emerging and developing environments, there are a number of challenges. One, the economic activity is not great, so GDP is quite low. Secondly, you have low participation rates, particularly of young people. For a number of reasons, they're not in formal employment, which means they're not contributing to GDP, they're not earning incomes, they're not able, etc. We all know what that means. In reality, however, they're also going to get older. And in many of these jurisdictions, they are living a little bit longer than they may have been 20, 30 years ago. And therefore, has a direct implication for the fiscus in the longer run. What are some of the considerations when developing economies are trying to grapple this in a real way, even though we appreciate that their GDP growth is not as great as we would like it to be? The reality is that they're still going to have to grapple with that. Excellency, perhaps you can start off on that. And I'd actually like to hear all 3 gentlemen's view on that question, if you wouldn't mind.
So I'd say in countries that are developing, countries that are young, that still didn't get into an aging society status that can still capture demographic dividend, we need to act now. We need to preempt the challenges. France today, they are, I think the Senate just approved increasing the retirement age by 2 years from 62 to 64, and they face a lot of challenges. How can we preempt these needs ahead of time? A lot of, in Europe today, the dependency ratio, or the ratio of people who are in old age, 65 and above, and their definition, or the UN definition, compared to the people who are in the productive years between 20 and 64, is 1/3. And the UN predicts that that number will continue to rise in Europe. But Saudi Arabia, we are 30 years away from that kind of ratio. That doesn't mean we have to sit and relax and not take into action how we can preempt the fact that we will age soon, and we need to make sure that with aging, the pension system evolves, still offering intergenerational equity and intragenerational equity, but also making sure that the people who are pulling the cart, if you will, can pull the cart, and that the people in the cart are not heavier or more, if you will. So there's a lot we can do, and we have done. In the past few years, we have elected or decided to merge the 2 pension agencies for more efficiency and agility. We're also looking at within the pension scheme. Of course, there's continuous enhancements in the pension law that address the changing dynamics and demographics, but also the needs, and the need for us to, you can't evolve under Vision 2030 and capture fully these opportunities and fix healthcare to improve it a little bit more, and improve education, improve quality of life, without fixing a big, let's say, economic tool or policy tool that can ensure more activity. So within the pension scheme, we're also looking at flexibility and innovation. Today, behavior in work, the types of work, the future of work offers us opportunities to advance. You know, today you jump in from one public service, for example, pension scheme, to the private sector pension scheme more easily than ever before. And we have to continuously evolve. We can learn a lot from the IOs. The OECD publishes the Pensions at a Glance, and we recently updated our chapter there. We can also leverage a lot of learnings from the countries who are ahead of developing countries in terms of their age profile and preempt a lot of these future challenges.
Amar?
If you'll allow me, indulge me for a 3-minute detour.
I'm happy to indulge
And
you.
then we go back to the question. Let me, because you know we're so into Vision 2030, really, and excited and aligned about it. Let me give you 2 examples of virtuous unintended consequences of the pillars of the Vision 2030. One of them, you talked about savings, and we did have very low savings rates, and optically we still do. However, home ownership has gone up from circa 45% to circa 65% in the past 5 years, thanks to Vision 2030. And whether people like it or not, that is saving, because you're actually accumulating equity into a piece of real estate. And that is significant saving. In fact, most people would be spending, roughly speaking, 30% of their income on that house acquisition. So that's a very high saving rate. It doesn't figure into the equation, but it's a beautiful, virtuous, unintended consequence of getting housing. The other one is women inclusion, which we now, hundreds of thousands of women have entered the workforce, and they've replaced, by and large, foreign labor that does not participate in the buildup of the pension system, so that they're not contributors, but they're not beneficiaries either. But with that, hundreds of thousands coming in, the kitty has increased in size, gives us a little bit more breathing space until the time when we have to resolve the issue. Because there will be an issue in 20, 30, 40 years. Yep. Every country has faced it. I've just read a harrowing statistic as I was preparing for this. You know, we think national debt is big. It is estimated that the overall deficit in pensions is $70 trillion. And it increases by about $20 billion a day. So it's a huge gaping hole. And we have now the 20, 30 years to address this before it becomes an intractable problem for us.
Mm-hmm. Matthias, I'd like you to address the same question, and then both gentlemen have raised a number of topics which I want to follow up on, but let me give you a chance first.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, as developing and emerging economies continue to grow and develop, I mean, one very important part is, one, to get a larger part of the population into the formal system. I mean, ultimately, that is where the level of social protection can be funded and best assured. But developing and emerging market economies need to continue to develop their capacity to take their share out of that economic growth by really optimizing the level of own source revenue generation, to invest in proper insurance schemes. I mean, this is what we're talking about here is in the context of aging, of living longer, healthier, is to insure ourselves against the risk that that we will run out of money before we run out of life, so to speak. So the best way to deal with this into the future is to really learn from some of the experiences that have been taking place in the advanced economies, many of which are now under huge pressure because they have not addressed this challenge early enough. I mean, across developing and emerging market economies overwhelmingly, the demographics are much more beneficial for sustained growth into the future. But there is the opportunity now really to look at what's been happening when it comes to retirement systems, retirement incomes, pension arrangements in developed world economies to have a better system moving forward.
One of the things that both His Excellency and Amar mentioned just now is the way in which people work. So historically, certainly in my parents' generation, you join a company when you're, I don't know, 20 or 25, and you stay there for the rest of your life. Now, not only do we see that people, or young people in particular, they want the flexibility, they want a portfolio life, so their very nature is that at any given moment they have 2 jobs. But also what that means is that this is beginning to ask the question, can I go into retirement and then come back out of retirement? And how does that look in terms of my contributions, etc.? Matthias, I'd like to come to you on this question, because I think it's not just a demographic issue or a participation issue. It's the nature in which people are choosing to work and live, some who don't necessarily want to retire at retirement age, that also has an impact on what you do with the pension schemes and what savings look like. How are you thinking through that?
Well, I mean, the starting position has got to be that as we live longer and live longer healthier, we should expect that we will also work longer. Because, I mean, otherwise the challenge ultimately becomes too insurmountable to finance the period of time in retirement. However, as we grow older and as we go through our working life, we will not be doing the same job for our entire career. We will be doing different things at different times of our life, and we want to do different things at different times of our lives. But the system, both in terms of the regulatory policy settings, needs to allow for that flexibility to move in and out of different careers, and also to keep working beyond what might be the sort of guideline retirement age. And the other important component is we might have completely different areas of activity at different times of our life, which goes to the whole issue of having the appropriate skills for the jobs that we might do at different times in our lives. And so we've got to really think much more deeply about the level of upskilling, reskilling, skills matching that might be required, and also really work with business in terms of the mindset of who can best contribute and what might be the opportunities to recruit older generations into particular jobs and offer them the appropriate levels of training. But so in terms of policy settings, in terms of private sector, in terms of the incentives generally, but also in terms of our preparedness as individuals, we really have to have that mindset, lifelong learning and flexibility, and not have this sort of rigid system where over 40 years you start on day one, you go out in year 40, and then you sort of wait for the next however many years until you get to the end of your life. So there's got to be much more flexibility.
Amar, because we're talking about reform and flexibility, one of the new challenges that one is facing is the ability of people not only to change who they work for at any given moment, but where they work, right? So not only can you work remotely, but there's greater mobility. I mean, people were talking earlier about deglobalization, but the consequence of globalization is that one year Tommy is working in New York, and then he wants to go and work for a company in Bangkok or in Singapore, and then he's in Johannesburg. And that has an impact also on how you ensure that in all his movements, he's still able to effectively contribute, one, to the fiscus, but ensure that he's also thinking about his potential retirement, whatever that may look like. So the question I'm asking is, we don't know what we don't know. So how do you prepare for that unknown equation in this context?
If I may first add another layer, he doesn't even need to move. If you look at the emerging entrepreneur class in Saudi Arabia, which is mushrooming in size, particularly with women, and these guys might, put for themselves de minimis salary because they want to grow the business, etc. And so that the contribution to the pension system becomes non-existent or de minimis. And so that's another class of people who are agile, who are contributing to the economy, but how do you solve for that within a pension system? You ask a very good and tractable question. There might need to be some sort of a policy at the government level where it says, this could be quite controversial. Report to me what your income is, so I'll take that 9% that based on your salary and put it in some sort of a pension plan, but that would be highly controversial. I honestly, I don't know the answer to your question, but you're right. There are people, I know companies in Saudi Arabia that have hired, they don't even move to Saudi Arabia. They live in various countries and vice versa. So it's becoming more and more complicated.
It is complicated, Excellency, and I think that the solve is not as easy as we may like to think, because the solve is about solving for the unknown, right? When we talk about reform, because really what we want to get to the bottom of is designing models that will allow us to have sustainable pensions, or at least pensions that will provide for more longevity. A significant element of that is obviously savings. But while you are thinking about policy, while you are thinking about reforming and reshaping, what are the imperatives that come at the top of your to-do list?
Sure. So a little bit about Saudi as well. Female women in the workforce, women employment, has gone up to 1.4 million at the end of the last quarter from 1 million in 5 years ago. So another dimension that says we need to make sure that the laws or the system is ready to take what's going on. A lot of what's happening or what's changing we can see today, but what we're worried about is what the future will bring that we can't see and we can't foresee. For imperatives, principles, definitely, and this is not something that we need to discuss, we need to make sure that these pension schemes are financially stable. Otherwise, they won't exist for future generations, or it will be more costly for future generations and unfair, and this is when I talk about intergenerational equity. Intergenerational equity as well. Within certain income groups, there needs to be flexibility and innovation. That's a second pillar or fundamental. Number 3, continued innovation and improvement and enhancement on existing laws. We recently established the portability where you can jump from one scheme to another, and we're continuously studying how to make it easier for people to continue contributing so that they can smoothen out their consumption beyond. On top of that, long-term consumption smoothing for people in old age, but also for their households and their financial resilience. In addition to what we've discussed before, I think what we can do in order to preempt all of this is continuously engage with the various groups. We can't, for example, improve on healthcare dramatically, improve our labor market policy, improve education, improve everything that will help us, social protection or social benefits that we have today, the social insurance system that's evolving in the kingdom rapidly. More is dedicated now to people who need it the most. We can't improve all of this without looking at pension and what pension systems need to improve in order not to block any of the potential that can come from other initiatives that we're going through. So as part of that, we've taken upon ourselves for the last 4-5 years to deep dive how the pension laws need to evolve, and that's a continuous process. But at the center of it is talking to the various constituents, the people. Some people want to ensure that they have the right kind of support beyond retirement. Some people want to work longer. They're not happy not being able to work longer. The government and the people who fund these schemes, but also the various other strategies and objectives we have, namely savings. Again, we noticed under Pillar 2 and Pillar 3, savings is not addressed as much as it should be, and when it can be addressed in the strategy that we're developing, not only will it have an impact on the multi-source or multi-pillar long-term streams for retirees, but also help financial markets deepen, the financial sector to strengthen, and the behavior in general to improve. Some literature recently says that people on average, including all of us here, tend to be myopic in some of these decisions, meaning we may make decisions that are suboptimal. And as such, it's in our view, important for governments to engage with other stakeholders to make sure that the policies set ensure or trigger or nudge the right behavior for the long-term welfare of the people.
You gave quite a comprehensive list of imperatives, but Amar, I'm going to challenge you to say, if I have to ask you the same question and look at the imperatives that we need to consider, what would yours be? And I'm sure some of them will be similar to His Excellency's, but I'd like to hear yours.
I think one thing is, you mentioned people who are outside the system, who are unemployed. You mentioned you need to give a certain standard of living for every citizen. You owe that to your nation. And how do you solve for that equation? How do you provide healthcare, at least minimum healthcare and food and shelter, irrespective of whether a person has contributed to a pension system or not? I think that is probably, to me, that would be the one thing that
Yeah, that safety net becomes quite important for later on, regardless of whether or not you've helped add money to. But that can equally become a problem because it depends on what the ratio of that population is that you
Yes.
need to provide the safety net for.
Yes, and countries, as we see in Europe, they're trying to now solve for that ratio by increasing the age of retirement so that you fix that ratio. Because you cannot have a third of the population funding the kids and the elders, which is 2/3 of the population. That's just, mathematically, it's not possible.
No, it's not
Continue to have the same
sustainable, yeah.
living standard.
Absolutely. Matthias, what do you think would be some of those imperatives when you're considering the same question?
Well, I mean, so we've got to look at the safety net as a safety net. And of course, in that context, we got to think about what adjustments do we need to make to the contribution arrangements, to the length of contribution, the period of time during which contributions are made and the time at which you can access the income under the safety net. And as we live longer, healthier, I mean, that age, I believe, inevitably will have to continue to be pushed out in line with increased life expectations. But then we've got to give people choices, and we've got to give them the incentives to complement the safety net through private savings. And there are certain tax incentives, there are other incentives that can be deployed to encourage people if they want to have additional income in retirement beyond the pure safety net. Then there are certain things that you can do, and there are certain products available that you can access. But then the next part of it is, once you reach the retirement phase, we also need to think about how we can help people better manage their financial risks in retirement by having access to products where they can easily commute, say, a level of capital into a reliable income stream, there are all sorts of financial risks that you face in retirement when you have less capacity to, perhaps when you have less agility to respond to them. I mean, I think that there's a level of work to be done in that context to make sure that those financial risks can be better managed. But so, safety net, but we need to think about how the settings can be adjusted in the context of demographic trends and very strong incentives to complement the safety net through private savings that generate income.
In the few minutes that we have left, I would like to talk a little bit about public education. So we can sit and talk about policy and broad macro issues and sort of look at reforms of policies. But the reality is that Joe Public, if I can put it that way, is the one that's going to have to also be a significant driver in all of this process. So not just in terms of asking the right questions of their employers to make sure that there is some thinking around retirement or pension for them, but also in their personal capacity, making sure that they're thinking differently about funding and supporting their own retirement. How much work, and I suspect the answer is a lot, but I'm going to ask anyway, how much work do we need to do on that education question? Because my sense is that financial literacy, the minute you say that, people think you're talking statistics and all of that, which of course you're not, but in reality, many people don't think enough and well enough about how they're going to provide for their pension. And it'll happen one day, I'll do it one day, right now I need the holiday, I need the this, I need the that. And then it's panic stations when you get into 55 and 60. Matthias, if I can have you address that first.
Well, look, it's a very important point, and I think it's a perpetual effort. I don't think we ever get completely to where we want to be, but we've got to keep at it. I mean, throughout life, we face different financial risks at different times of our, of our life, during different segments of our life, and we need to always find ways to better educate the population at large on how best to manage those risks and how best to optimize financial health and well-being. And I mean, there's a level of public responsibility there in terms of providing that education, and there are also a range of private providers that I think will need to continue to step up on that front.
Amar, how do you see that evolving? Because clearly, as Matthias points out, and everybody knows it in the room, I suppose, there is a lot of work that we need to do in that space still.
Yes, well, I mean, I think there are two areas that, if you look at the entire globe, you find them to be very challenging and intractable. One of them is the pension, and the other one is universal healthcare. And people have been trying to crack these two codes forever. I think we stand in a privileged position of having a younger population, of having the ability to observe and study all the other experiments or experiences that are happening in the G20 countries and the OECD countries. And I hope, I would be quite proud if we can take these experiences and challenges and come up with a hybrid solution that would give us sustainable, perpetual solution to this, and then maybe we can actually export that know-how to other places.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the incredible things, and I mentioned this to you in the green room about Saudi Arabia, is that not only have you tried to identify best practice elsewhere in the world for a number of challenges that you face in trying to grow the economy here, but that you're also developing solutions which hopefully can form best practice elsewhere. Excellency, last question on education goes to you. Education for the sector as a whole is one thing, but Joe Public as well also needs similar education about planning differently, thinking differently about their own future and pension.
So I think globally, I'm not an expert, but globally, because of the growth in the populations in developing countries, definitely this is going to be more important. I think in as far as the Saudi context, the short answer, it needs to improve dramatically. Today, with the scheme that we have today, or the solutions we have today, most of them are mandatory. But as we approach a multi-pillar stream for people in old age when they retire, there will be a lot of optionality. And we want, at that stage, most people, especially if the UN is correct or literature is correct in terms of myopia and the challenge of myopia, then definitely we need financial literacy. And this is what I was alluding to earlier. One of the pillars of our savings strategy that we're studying or debating right now and will act on soon is making sure that there is that financial literacy. Ultimately, the governments are between a rock and a hard place. Do we make it mandatory and then continue to jump in, or do we make it a little bit optional and provide the tools, the opportunities for people to become more financially aware, financially capable in terms of their long-term planning, so that they can manage their own long-term financial resilience with the support of the government and the various pillars as well. The short answer is, it is imperative that we adjust the public.
Well, we would love to help you get out from between that rock and a hard place, but we don't have any more time. So, Excellency, thank you very much. Ammar Al-Qadari, thank you. Matthias Koran, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very rounding thank you to my panelists. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that's me for now. And as the gentlemen, thank you, Matthias, as the gentlemen make their way off this stage, I think it would be great for us to talk a little bit about what's coming up next. So we are, heading fast and rapid towards the end of the day for today, but the reality is that the conversations do not end there. Many people will talk about looking at crystal balls and how do you pick winners, how do you pick losers, who's good, who's not good, etc., etc. Well, that question is not so easy to answer, but hopefully in the next conversation, which is going to be led by my colleague, Xinshen Su, picking winners, designing a country growth model. What does that growth look like? What do you need to think about as you design that model? And how sustainable is it going to be, not just in terms of the shorter term or for the longer term? So that's the conversation that's going to be coming up shortly, and I'm going to ask Xinshen to be joining you on stage shortly.
Great to be back for the second day. I'm Xinshen Su, or Xu Xinshen, a correspondent from CGTN, an international journalist who I have been looking to economic and business beats for the past almost a decade or so. And today, I'm very privileged to have Professor Justin Ifeanyi, a economist and professor from the Peking University with us. He is the person who created this concept of new structural economics. So that will really look into how that we can reform the current modern economics that can bring equality and help a lot more people to grow. And also he was the former senior vice president and chief economist at the World Bank. So the topic that we have today, picking winner, designing for a country growth model, picking winner. So in your opinion, what are some of the winner qualities in terms of keep growth going and even boost growth a little bit?
Well, this is a very important question for every country. Because to use industrial policy to pick winners is a taboo in many corners in the world, especially in many multilateral development institutions.
Yes.
However, if you look the historical evidence, we cannot find any country to be successful and to become developed without using industrial policy to pick winners and to make those winners to be successful, to be driver of the growth of the country. And so, yes, many people had a reservation. It's because many industrial policy failed. But without industrial policy, no country can be successful.
But definitely we can see like industrial policies can be much long-term and versus a lot of countries or investors they are eyeing for like short-term gains and look at how volatile the recent days in the stock market. So what would you see the financial sector, the relationship between long-term plans versus short-term gains from the financial industry?
Well, industrial policies is a structural policies. Try to identify the sectors which the country, the next drivers of the country, and use the industrial policies to facilitate the growth of those kind of sectors, and to turn them from the infant to become the drivers of growth of the country. Certainly those kind of policy takes time. It's a structural policy for diversification, for industrial gradient.
Yes.
But you're talking about the current financial challenges. It's a short-term issues. You need to have a stabilization policy to cope with this kind of financial risk, financial challenges. But they are related. Because if you want to make the industrial policy to be successful, certainly you cannot have financial crisis. If you're in a crisis more, then you cannot, really implement those kind of structural policies. That's on the one hand.
Yes.
But on the other hand, if you have successful industrial policies, picking winners to make them very competitive and to diversify your economies, then you will be more resilient, you will be more stable, and you will have a larger scope to cope with all kinds of short-term shocks.
But speaking of those industrial policies or structural policies, and even including reforms, how should a country or a government or the state look into set up the right policies? Because if we look at today's world economy, a lot of it has been set, the standards have been set by developed nations. And what about those less fortunate, underdeveloped regions? How should they look up to, or how should they think about how to build up their economy?
Well, certainly countries are at a different stage of development. And in different stages of development, the driver of the growth will be different. And if you want to increase your income, you need to increase your labor productivities. And if you want to increase your labor productivities, you need to have higher value, more productive industries. And very often, you need to do from scratch. And then you need to identify the new sector which you can make that to be competitive in the world. And then consider what are the necessary ingredients make that industry to be competitive. And I can give you one example. For example, Singapore.
Singapore,
In the 1960s, the main industries in Singapore were labor-intensive sectors, like textile,
Yeah.
garment, household appliances. Those are labor-intensive. And they rely on those kind of industry, they became newly industrialized economy. But they want to move up the industrial ladders in order to raise income. So at that time, they identify the petrochemical industries as their next drivers of growth.
Yeah.
But at that time, they only have oil refineries. They do not have a petrochemical, complex.
Yes.
And so, since they have a vision to develop that industries, they made studies about the upstream, downstream, in the petrochemicals, and to see, how to organize those upstream and downstream together. And after the study, they built a new island. Turns out island to be the industrial site of the petrochemical industries. And they built up all the necessary infrastructure, upstream, downstream. After they have the infrastructure there, they started to invite the existing firms in upstream and downstreams to make investment in that new complex. And at that time, how come this project became very attractive for the investors? Because in the 1970s, the upstream and downstream, they scattered around the world. And so the cost of logistics for the upstream and downstream was extremely high. And since the island connect all the upstream and downstream together, so your next door is your downstream, the other next door is your upstream. And under kind of situation, certainly, their cost of production will be much lower than they used to be. And so they invite about 20 leading firms in the world in upstream, downstream, and invite them to visit this new complex.
Yes.
And they convince those investors to come. So immediately it became a success. And now Singapore has the most competitive petrochemical industry in the whole world.
But definitely just building a new island to kind of boost this petrochemical industry, definitely I can see it needs a lot of money, a lot of determination, it's time consuming. And since we're in Saudi Arabia, the Saudi government had rolled out this Vision 2030 to boost its GDP and especially to increase the non-oil sectors, money from the non-oil sectors, and build like new energy vehicles from scratch, boosting tourism. But how hard is that, or how important is it to kind of build new industries?
Well, here you said certainly if you want to do those kind of petrochemical complex and build a whole complex, certainly you need to have a lot of financial investment.
Yes.
Yeah. And so if you want to pick the sectors, certainly you need to make the sector feature consistent with what you have, what kind of strengths you have. And like Saudi, they have many things.
Yeah.
Not only they have the petrochemical, they have the oil, petroleums, and they also have a lot of capitals. So the capital advantage is one advantage of the country. And they should use this advantage to leverage other advantages. And to identify the sectors, use their financial power. They can attract talents together and other ingredients for the sector to be successful.
But then what I see about like future growth for a lot of countries, it also needs a lot of collaborations. And again, for like the Singapore example that Professor Lin just brought up, it definitely, I think for Singapore alone, they cannot really make it happen. It's a brand new island with billions of dollars invested. And even here in Saudi Arabia, they're building this new sustainable city called NEOM. It needs a lot of infrastructure, a lot of investment. What do you see like the international investment or kind of international cooperation play into, for example, building a country growth model and to keep it sustainable?
Yeah, as I said, the country needs to use its advantage to leverage other countries' advantages.
Yeah.
If you want to build a new cities, certainly you need to invest a lot. The country has capital, so they can afford to do that. But it's not only money alone. You need to have a technology, because if you want to make this a green cities, you need to have the green technology. Solar power, wind powers, and those kind of technology exist in other countries like in China.
Yes.
But you also need to have cement steel. Certain country also has that. And you need to have architecture to design the city for you, right?
Yeah.
So, the secret for success is that always start with what you have and leverage what you have with what you do not have, and turn that into something very competitive in the world.
But what we're seeing like today's economy, like is slowing down with rising inflation and geopolitical tensions. Will it actually play into the factor that actually somewhat it will create more division or divide the world a little bit farther, and the underdeveloped region will become more underdeveloped, and developing countries will make more money?
Well, yeah, here is that certainly we are in a very uncertainty world. And in this kind of uncertainty world, many people will lose, confidence, lose their, hope for the futures. And under this kind of situation, I think it's very important for the country to have a longer-term vision, to know, where we want to go, and also to consider if we want to go from here to there, what would be the necessary, effort that we need to take. But at the same time, we know currently we have some challenges, and we need to prioritize some short-term stabilization effort in order to create the condition for the longer terms. And certainly, the short-term challenges, if we can cope that will pave the foundation for our long-term development.
But speaking of all those uncertainties or black swan events, especially we're just coming out of a pandemic era, for the future policymakers, what are some areas that you think or you suggest that countries or policymakers should look into?
I think that the country may be in different stage of the post-pandemic era. For example, China. We just changed our policies. We liberalized the economy. So I think we are going to have a rebound. And I think our growth in China will be high this year and become a driver for growth not only in China but also in other countries. But like in other countries, they already in the post-pandemic mode for about 2 years. And before that, they spend a lot of money to support the consumption and so on. And so they print too much money. So they may cause some kind of high inflation in the country. And at this stage, they may have to, the control the inflation to tighten the monetary supply, raise the interest. They may have a slow growth this year. So I think the situation in the country, in the world, are different for countries. So we need to see the situation in the country to make a judgment.
But then for the goals of developing a country's growth model, should the policymakers focus on the numbers, or they should think far more than just numbers? Because for GDP growth, Saudi Arabia reached like 8.7%. That's the highest, fastest growing in the G20 group. And China said that the growth target for 2023, 5%, is still very high. And what's your take on the numbers?
I think that number is very important because that's give you the idea of the total growth. But quality is also very important. And income distribution is also very important. And that's the reason why in China now we call high quality growth. You want to make the growth fast, but we also make the growth to be sustainable and to be inclusive. And with that, we call that high quality growth.
Absolutely, it's like bring more equality and China would say common prosperity to the society and to the world. And for the time being, I think we're running out of time. And thanks so much for Professor Lin share with us all the insights or whatnot. It just hopefully that the humanity can find the winner for the growth model, right?
Very good.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. I think we can as well.
Hello, and what a great discussion there. Thank you to Zhu, looking at some of the winners that we all want to take. Now I'm going to be talking about building bridges between global capital markets. And thank you. We're doing a nice little long walk here, aren't we? Lovely to have you here, and thank you all for staying with us and being with us. So building bridges between global capital markets, what a great topic that we have for this discussion here. And I'm absolutely delighted to have with us from the Capital Markets Authority, Yazid Al-Damaji, the Deputy for the Strategy and International Affairs, and the CEO from the Saudi Exchange, of course here in Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Sulaiman Al Rumayya. So both, thank you so much for being here. And Mohammed, if I might start with you, and we really just look, I think, at the great welcomed focus that's happening here in Saudi at the moment when it comes to the capital market. It's been happening for a few years. I mean, I think that's really good. But give us a feel how the market here in Saudi Arabia has grown in the last few years. And again, how are you cooperating to help all of the companies on the exchange, perhaps?
Sure.
It's sort of a report card. I'm putting you on the spot.
Of course. So I think the growth is impressive in the past few years. And Saudi capital market is one of the fastest growing capital market in the world. And just to give some highlights and comparison between 2008 numbers and where do we stand today. For example, in 2018, the market cap was around 1.9 trillion. We grew 4.5 times, and today is 9.5 trillion Saudi riyal. The trading value
That's impressive, yes.
doubled. And back in 2018, it used to be 900 billion. And last year, we did 1.7 trillion in terms of traded value. And also in the number of issuers. And this is only in the main market. We went from 190 issuers to 225. The numbers are even more impressive in our smaller markets. In other markets, for example, we have the parallel market, which is a market we launched back in 2017, targeting the small and medium-sized enterprises to utilize the capital market for their growth plans. And in 2018, we had only 10 companies. And now we have 50 companies. Last week, we closed 2 IPOs successfully. As we speak, we're closing another 2 IPOs. And the market cap went from 2.3 to 35 billion as we speak. And also the trading value. I mean, it used to be 20 million back in 2018. Last year, we did around 13 billion in trading value. How did we reach those impressive numbers? I think we have great leadership in this country with great vision that redefined what's possible. And from that vision, there are several programs. And as a financial institution, we belong to the Financial Sector Development Program, which, by the way, I want to congratulate them on the amazing setup and event. This program combines the main regulator, the Ministry of Finance, and the Central Bank and Capital Market Authority, and the enablers as well. And it's hard to find a country where the government is leading the development. So they gather and they put ambitious targets, and they make sure that you are enabled, every obstacles in front of you are removed, and at the same time, you'd expect a stick hovering around and make sure that you are not going away from the tracks. But and today, the Saudi market is #1 in GCC and MENA. Yes. We are top 3 in emerging markets and top 10 in global exchanges. And with all the numbers and what the expectation that we have for our markets, we believe that we are still at the beginning of our journey.
And I mean, again, coming from such a low base, I mean, that's great. There's many people probably in the room and in the region very jealous of the great success. Delighted for you, but a bit jealous. Yassine, please carry on with that, but also where does the CMA, fit in terms of, the regulator in the success story?
I want to add to what Mr. Mohammed said is, in the CMA, we are working on one of the main objectives of the FSTV program, which is developing an advanced market. And our vision is to make the Saudi market the most important market in the region and among the 10 most important markets in the world. And this means that the whole ecosystem of the capital market should be attractive, and we want our market to be the option number one for investors and issuers in the region. And we achieved a lot. Last year, we had around 49 listing, in addition to two funds, so the total is 51. The total money from the equity was around 43 billion, and from the debt market it was 53. And this is the first time that the debt market exceeded the equity market. So we are working on that. Also, in FSDB, we do have a couple of initiatives. One, Mr. Mohammed talked about, the other one is we are working on listing the government projects. So if the government thinks that a project is ready, so this initiative is here to allow and ease and facilitate listing of this project. And we are looking to have more. And to look at the momentum, currently we do have around 80 IPO files under review today. So this is show you the momentum of the market, and we are looking forward to continue this journey.
It'll keep you busy, but it's nice to have all of those files just sitting there waiting for approval. And again, I think it shows, you know, the activity, the dynamism, the liquidity that all of this will bring and how important it is. Mohammed, talk to us about collaboration with other exchanges, how important that is, you know, because it's essential for all stock exchanges. I think that, you know, you do that. And also, I suppose, the inclusion in some of the new indices that we're going to hopefully see Saudi Arabia being up there with everybody else very soon.
Yeah, sure.
Perhaps both of them.
So exchanges don't work in silos. Two exchanges, maybe they are thousands of miles away. They don't have a direct relationship with each other, but still, they work closely to understand the dynamics of the markets, and probably one exchange just got out of a major upgrade to their infrastructure. Another exchange might reach out to them to understand how they did it, and what are the lessons learned from that experience. The biggest venue that gathered all the exchanges and platform, which is the World Federation of Exchanges, and Saudi Tadawul Group sits on the board of it, combines more than 250 market platforms where they provide a venue. You can share information, non-sensitive information, experience, and they share knowledge. And we have as small as a GCC committee that governs and combines all the GCC exchanges. It was formed 2 years ago, led by Saudi, and because we have a lot of similarities in terms of economy structure, the market behavior, but we differ in the development level we are in. So out of this GCC committee, we've signed an agreement with all the exchanges bilaterally, and we work closely in three main pillars. For example, and the first one is the cross-listing, and as a result, we did our successful cross-listing last year. We also work closely in the ESG, and as a result, we've launched an ESG guidelines for the issuers, and we work also on the market information. On the global level, Saudi Tadawul Group have signed an agreement with the Hong Kong Swiss Exchange, Tokyo has an MOU, and just recently the Singapore Stock Exchange. It's not that different between what we are doing with the GCC exchanges, but the other focus that we have with other global exchanges is in fintech. And we expect our first cross-listing to take place very soon as a result of the cooperation with other global exchanges.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's a great time, I think, in the market, and very exciting. And it's very exciting for the international players. So talk to me, I want you both to perhaps look at this. Zahid, if you'll talk about it first. You know, the amendments on the qualified foreign investor, and also the rules for foreign investment in securities from CMA. So how have that changed, and what's the impact?
First, I think it's very important. Our topic is bridges for the capital market.
Yes.
I think we can't do that without opening our market. And the capital market, with the cooperation with the exchange, accomplished a lot. Now, the foreign investors' ownership increased to reach 340 billion Saudi riyals, which is around 40% of the free float. In addition to that, the net investment cumulative since the inception in the emerging market indices reach around 180 billion. Last year alone, it was 43, which is the highest since 2019. And this is, I think, a good accomplishment, showing that our market is attractive for foreign investors. We are not stopping at that. Now we do have a project to enhance our qualified foreign investor regime. And one of the main things that we are changing is waiving the AUM requirements for some classes, for example, pension funds and long-term investors. Another thing is opening a new access for natural foreign persons to access the main market through DPMs. We are thinking that adding these changes will make the Saudi market more attractive, in addition to the work of collaboration with the international indices to add the Saudi market. And hoping the next generation is to focus also on the debt market. One of the things that we accomplish is completing the connecting with the international clearing houses, for example, Euroclear, Clearstreams, and now it's eligible for the government issuing. Now we are working to allow this for the private issuing as well.
Because, I mean, I think it brings that international interest and excitement on the market, you know, and I think, again, when markets are so sentiment-driven, when you've got people looking to this sector. Mohammed, if you'll continue the theme on that, because I think this is really interesting, and you both have, you know, almost different roles in it. But again, the Qualified Investor Program, what difference is this going to make? What do you anticipate?
Yeah, definitely it will have a big impact on our market. I mean, the QFI program went through several changes in the past few years, and every time there is an enhancements and liberalization and lowering some of the requirements, we can see more inflow into our market. And to the first point, when we discussed the growth of the Saudi capital market, I mean, when we joined the MSCI, our weight was 2.1, and today we're more than 4%. So we've doubled our size. And this is in relation to the increased activity in IPO, and definitely the great story that the Saudi Arabia is offering. I mean, we are one of the fastest growing economy, even the G20. We have always beaten the forecast of the World Bank and IMF. And also, easing the requirements will bring more inflow by increasing also our weight even further in our market. So the changes that are proposed by CMA will have a greater inflow and greater impact and the dynamics. We are also planning to become even bigger and connect more international markets to us and offer more product. So the essential element of having a foreign inflow is very important to fulfill our strategic plans to become an international capital market.
And I think also for the rest of the world, for the international investor too, to actually have more, you know, dynamism in the Saudi market. I mean, that's exciting as well. And of course, they'll be looking at different things too. Quickly, perhaps talk to me about maybe new instruments that might be of interest, fixed income, derivatives. I mean, I guess everything's possible down the road.
Well, actually, we do have a lot in our agenda. So as I told you, the fixed income is the priority now. We accomplish a lot in the equity side, so now the fixed income is in our priority. In addition to that, we launched the derivatives, and maybe the next project is working on the options. So this is maybe will be done through the exchange. Also, the fintech.
The fintech, talk about fintech,
so,
because we don't need too long. I want to make sure, and I know, I look at some of the great
yeah,
shows
and also
outside.
we are working on some instruments, like, for example, the SPAC regime. This is something now CMA is looking at. This is one of the things that we are allowing businesses to reach the market easier. For example, before we introduced the dark listing in the NMO market. Now SPAC would be one of the new tools that we are allowing it for the market.
You know, please come in here on the fintech concept. I think the growth of fintech, you know, the fact that there's been great encouragement here, really trying to build a hub, and we're going to be talking a little more about what the VCs are doing. But how are you helping the smaller companies in terms of growth as well?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, we as an exchange are fintech, by the definition.
By definition, indeed, yes.
And the CMA and Central Bank did an amazing job with the fintech. We've seen great new companies, small companies that filling the gaps and providing better tools, I would say, for investors better channel for investments or more diversified. And what we've seen recently, how to combine the capital market or the exchange with the fintech. And I think an example that is currently going on, implementing one of the channels through the fintech to finance a listed company, which is the first time something is taking place like this, which also fulfill one of the priorities for the regulator and for the exchange, is to revive the debt market. We're seeing increased interest from the retail, from the institution, to see more debt instruments, as there is a great need for financing with the economic growth that we are enjoying. As an exchange and being part of the Saudi Tadawul Group, we have a sister company that's working closely with the fintech. It's our innovation arm called WAMAD. So they work closely with them, providing them with non-sensitive information, and if there is any area of collaboration. And just recently, we've announced our intention to acquire a majority shareholder with one of the data vendors and fintech, and trying to provide the institution and retail with an enhanced markets data offerings. So I think we are going in the right direction. I think we are just starting to move and see the fruits of easing the access of fintech. The numbers are great. I think more than 100 companies benefited from the fintech. Most of them are small businesses. They couldn't use or utilize the usual financing channels like the banking or the capital market. So some of those companies have made it to the parallel market, and maybe in the future we'll see them part of the main market.
And of course, I believe, on the smaller business, which we have to keep going, there's also provision for the housing sector as well.
So I know that your next session is about housing, and to go to this, to highlight that the capital markets provided last year around 100 billion to this sector, and also fintechs play a major role. We authorized two themes, which is real estate and investment funds distribution, which also provided 1 billion to the small business real estate developers. I think this is show you how fintech is very important, especially for the small size, which they can't get access to the regular main markets. This is why we are focusing on, and we do have a lot of hope for that.
And that's great news. Very quickly, maybe 30 seconds each. What's next? What's urgent? What do you need to do?
We need hours to speak about what's next. But I think the main highlight, we have big ambitions. We are focusing on taking it to the next level in terms of the capital market and equity, debt, derivatives. There are a lot of things in the pipeline. I think Mr. Yazid had mentioned some of the exciting tools that we'll be providing to the issuers and investors at the same time. We are just at the beginning of our journey again.
So very short, we will continue development, and as His Excellency, the Minister of Finance said yesterday, we're going to continue developing. However, we are not forgetting our main role for investor protection. So we are going to focus on both.
Well, good luck to you both and to all of the great institutions behind you, keeping it together. Thank you so much, Mohammed Al-Rumeya and Yazid Al-Damaji. Thank you so much for your great insight. I really, really appreciate it. But keep up the good work, because you're going to be busy, I think, for the next time. So very exciting there, I think, the work that's going on. Yes, of course, on the stock market, but also I think what we're also looking at here is, what's happening even further afield with all of the industries that have to come to the market, that want to come to the market. And I think that changes just day by day here. I love the fact he said he has 80 IPOs waiting for approval at the moment. Anybody would love business like that. So it's very, very exciting, I think, what has happened here in the Saudi markets, and the speed, I think, that has happened with, again, coming back to the commitment from everybody here in the government, I think, and the interest, particularly the international interest in what's happening here. Our next session is going to look at housing here, and we heard there Yazid talk about availability of funding when it comes to housing, how important that is, and I think how it will in turn help to actually stimulate the capital markets as well. So that's what we want to have a look at, and I'm absolutely delighted to have with us, I do believe he's nearby and hopefully waiting in the wings here, the Minister of Municipality and Rural Affairs and Housing for Saudi Arabia. Let me just see, is he with us. Can you please give a very warm welcome to his... Can you give a welcome to His Excellency Majid Al Hogail? We're going to join us here. How are you doing, sir?
Very good.
Lovely to see you.
How are you doing?
Thank you. This is our spot here. This is our interview spot. So thank you so much for taking the time to come with us. And while you were
Chair is
getting
more
ready-
comfortable there.
Pardon?
It's more comfortable there.
It's more comfortable there. He's absolutely right. It's more comfortable there. I haven't tried this one, so once I get settled here, we'll be in business. Talk to us about the housing market here. Talk to us about the vibrancy that's in the market, how it's changed over the last few years, and I think the great ambition that's there within it. You've been busy recently as well, haven't you?
Yes, yes, yes. Like everybody in government Saudi.
Well, like everybody in Saudi, it's the place to come. So we're lucky we have you here because you got away for a little while.
Thank you.
So again, just talk to us, bring us up to date. What's been happening in the market that's given it, I think, the great push forward? What initiatives?
First of all, I'm glad to be in such great conference, very informative 2 days, and I wish both investors, all stakeholders has been benefited from such great gathering with experts from the globe. Housing industry started with a vision of 2030, which cascade to 3 main objectives. One of them is the vibrant society. Within vibrant society is how to make Saudi family owning asset, and one which I think is the most important asset was the housing. So when we started this vision, we made the roadmap, and this roadmap was very clear as how to focus on 4 pillars. One of them is how to improve the supply side and the demand side and the regulation, and also the customer journey and ease of obtaining the service. So these 4 main pillars, we were focused to build it through the journey from the vision until 2030. And we decided to have 3 phases. One phase was started from the vision to 2020, which we call it the building phase. And we were set the goals to go from 47% ownership to 60%. And we were able to achieve it, thanks to all the stakeholders who was working with us under the leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed. And the second phase was in how to make the maturity of this market and enablement, and with the target to achieve 65%, and until we go to the sustainable phase, which is to achieve 70% goals. And that's where is the whole design of this vision and roadmap and what we have achieved and makes this the stakeholders working together on this phase.
And I think, in any country, that vibrant housing market is very important, and it's a great indicator, I think, of where, consumers are and how business is going to do. Everybody keeps an eye on those housing stats. But talk to me about, and we heard there from Yacine briefly talking about funding that is available, which, is great, it will stimulate it. But does housing have a sustainable capital sourcing model? Is it ease of access in terms of getting capital for housing here?
When we define the second pillar, which is the demand side, and we need to have it very healthy. Thanks for SAMA, we're very innovative. First, we need the origination itself, and banks was able to finance most of the first phase, which is the building phase, so they were originating. And this usually commitment is a long-term commitment when it comes to mortgage.
Absolutely.
So just in given numbers, when we started the vision was almost 8% of the total debt was mortgage. Today we are 24%. So a huge growth happened when it comes to origination. But for sure, there is a limit. And we need to offtake this to the second phase. And then we need a capital market that can take this to a level where we have it, and in order to do sustainability. Part of the building phase was to create or to establish a Saudi refinance company, CERC, which, and if we do similarity like Ginnie Mae and do it, which is that government will guarantee certain part of the to able to go locally and internationally for the securitization. Now we are in the second phase, SRC, which under the supervision of the central bank, was able to almost securitize more than 24 billion Saudi riyal. And they have a long journey this year and coming year.
So there's a lot happening. You know, what would make your job, I suppose, a bit easier? Is there more that the capital markets can do? I mean, or are we running at the speed that's acceptable right now, you think?
For sure, the vision is to achieve 2030 to achieve 70%, and that's mean hundreds of thousands of units and hundreds of billions is coming. So we know that Saudi banks capable to do it, but in order to have efficient market and open for investors new opportunities, when you go with the supply side, there is or end user, we seen every year more than 140 to 150 billion Saudi riyal we need to mortgages. Then securitized comes, and we see now a lot of international looking to this market, especially that, you know, Saudi market, when it comes to capital market, we are one of the top 10 largely in terms of size. And the unique of mortgage industry, first, I consider it one of the lowest when it comes to non-performing loans. We are less than 0.5%, and that shows that how the regulatory and the quality of these mortgages, and you know, the mortgage, residential mortgage-backed security, RMBS, is quite one of the assets that is looking from international investors here. So we think we need now to strengthen this market. We work closely with the CMA, which really have done a great job under also the development, financial development program. A lot of innovation to make to handle an efficient process to make sure that the ease of this innovation can be goes to the market direct.
Yeah, it has to be, the ease of doing business is essential. But, you know, when we look at the international investors and also the institution, the big institutional investors, I mean, if they're coming looking, what are they really looking for? What do you think will make a difference to them, sort of the tipping point that they will kind of really come in here?
The menu is quite large. Huh?
So it's a la carte at the moment.
Started from first securitization of the original now, and I am chairman of SRC. We have a plan from 23 to 26 to securitize more than 80 billion Saudi riyal. 33% we focus in local market, but majority will go to international market. And part of it as a RMBS format, and part of it is a sukuk. When it comes to also direct investor lending to the bank itself, which now Saudi banks is quite advanced when it comes to their securitization direct to do, but SRC also playing some roles of that to unlock some of difficulties that to go, and the direct lending. When it comes to even supply, we see now some developers who successfully have been securitized certain of project, or when it comes to a bridge finance for certain of off-plan sales agreement, and we have a quite advanced off-plan system in Saudi Arabia, whereas end user can go direct to ensure just the governance of supply, or regular debt finance. So we have quite big. Plus, Saudi International are keen now to invest in Saudi Arabia when it comes to real estate. So they have different tools like REIT, like
I was going to ask you
invest in
about
the
that
equity, etc.
Yeah, when we look at, clearly the capital markets will channel investments between the suppliers of capital, yes, and the users of capital. So how popular are you seeing REITs at the moment and closed or funds as well? I mean, how popular is that? What's the demand?
I may not remember the numbers, but we can see now how many REIT has been listed in our public market. And many investors like to be in this investment. And we just keep seeing a lot of REITs coming to the market. And REIT comes usually at the second phase, not in the development phase, because usually REIT looks for assets that produce income, and most of investors goes to the REIT.
So the secondary market is the key focus.
Exactly. And it's a quite mixed-use type, so they usually invest looking to the residential, but looking to other type of retail and commercial, etc. But we've seen securities and other type of commercial securities, commercial paper securities, that is being now asked for an international. And Saudi Arabia now, when you go to different type of project, mega project, large project, and variety of the project. If you look to Neom, if you look to the Ritzy, if you look to Qiddiya.
There's great choice there in all of these. And they're different, they can fit different demands in terms of what people are looking for. But talk a little bit about that. I mean, I find that fascinating. I think the new projects that are coming up.
These projects is quite, starting from building a city, to building a tourism, to a building entertainment. So it goes either a city-wise or a sectorial-wise. And both of them create opportunities, either for investment in the real estate direct or investment in the security market that finance this investment. And we see now investors. But let me focus more on how is the financial development program with the stakeholders is developing that the efficiency, transparency of the market in Saudi Arabia, which that's most of investor looks for. Also, unlike many of challenges in the security market, long-term papers or etc., because we've seen a lot of demand coming from fixed income investors, international pension funds, that they want to allocate quite part of their money to Saudi Arabia. And the variety of investment in Saudi Arabia, first taking the size of the capital market of Saudi Arabia and the globe, as I mentioned earlier, is about 10%. So many allocations has to come to Saudi Arabia. What we need is we want investors who make more money in this country, so we ensure that they are coming back again and again and again.
Yeah, it has to be
and we want to have to ensure that the transparency of the market, but the creativity of the central bank or the central or capital market authority or even zakat and tax authority, all players in the market are working together to ensure that Saudi market is a place where you invest your money.
And again, I mean, I think it is the ease of doing business, the transparency. You talk about, the stability of the currency as well, all of that. If you don't have that, you're going to make investors nervous.
Sure, so and that's one of the advantage, even if we are big to the US dollars, but if you look to years of history, you see our currency is stable. The interference of central bank always great. You always see the difference between the Saudi sukuk and or Saudi long-term bonds and US bonds. You see the gap always points that is within, even if there's certain volatility, but you see the interfere from the regulatory that sure always that the investors are safe and they're surprised. And you could see the pricing of hedging, actually.
Yes.
It's a reflection of how this market is mature and stable.
So what's next, I suppose? What's the, if you were to throw out a call to action that would make things easier for you, What do we need to do to really push this forward now? I think you have everything in place.
I am sure these 2 days was a lot of messages was go to market. We see now a lot of international when it comes to as a developer or as a financier coming to the market. The good things now we are in maturity phase, so we are not just sharing a vision, we are sharing execution. In housing, we have a successful story. We have experience. We have a record that shows that we are most safe for investors, either as a developer or as to do it. So in this phase, from 2020 to 25, we're going to see a lot of international developer in Saudi Arabia. Bigger names is coming to the market, but also we see more of sukuk, more of capital market opportunities will be open for international.
Well, good luck to you. I mean, that's great to hear, and it's very exciting. And I think we can see it in the vibrancy of the cities, and we look at the plans that are in place. So it's great to come back here, even after a couple of months. There's great stuff happening. So thank you so much, Your Excellency Majed Al Hogeil. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you there. And again, really looking at what's happening in the housing market, a very, very vibrant market, which everybody will really look at, I think, in terms of looking at sentiment in any economy. We're going to look to the housing market and see exactly what's going on. And we've seen it in many countries around the world. When the housing market is sluggish, when it's slow, everybody gets very nervous, and it does get the investors very nervous too. So a lot of work going on here, but I think the tremendous growth that's happened in this market, and it's great to hear, you know, that stability, I think, in the market, that secondary market that's come on board now. And also, I think we're looking at international investors on the big projects, but also looking at individual investors. I think that movement of residential homes that will be sold, yes, to local Saudis here, but also to the resident working non-Saudis as well. I think that's what's actually moving the market a lot too, and it's very, very strong. And I'm just delighted to have had that time to actually talk with him there and see what's happening right across the sector. And again, how the capital markets are going to play into that, because it is about actually making sure that there's plenty of funding available to make sure that there is mortgaging, that there's housing, that people can actually be part and parcel of the market. We're going to take a look now at the power of tokenization. Really looking at what's happening with the asset-backed tokens. And I believe my colleague John Defterios is going to join us in just a moment. So John, I think, is waiting in the wings. I am going to hand it over to you, John, for this conversation. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Edna. It's always a pleasure to see you in the kingdom and other corners of the world where we are. This is an extremely interesting topic to round out the afternoon, I think. When we talk about tokenization, utility tokens, asset-backed tokens, payment tokens, and then a deeper probe into, are these assets backed by hard currencies, or should they be, for confidence? We all know what's happened on 11/11/22, and that was the bust-up of FTX by another acronym, SBF, as in Sam Bankman-Fried, the CEO of FTX, and whether more regulation is needed or not. It's a huge question in the marketplace today, and we have a fantastic guest to take us on the journey of the regulation by the Capital Markets Authority here in the Kingdom as part of a wider plan for Vision 2030, and if time we'll get into that as well. Let's give a warm welcome to His Excellency Mohammed Al Kuwais, the Chairman of the Capital Markets Authority, or CMA. It's good to see you. Thanks. Please.
Thank you.
Get yourself up on the chair and comfortable. You heard what I was saying, because we had a fantastic, and I think we should give insights to our audience, that we had a good 45-minute discussion the other day, and part of it was an education for me. I'm not naive to STOs, but there's a lot of confusion in the marketplace. So if I was going to say, can you give me the potential of this market today, but the difference between a utility token, the asset token, the payment token, which there's a lot of debate about, and what is that market in your view today, would you suggest, Mohammed?
Well, thank you very much, John. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and if you don't mind, it looks like you know what you're talking about already.
I try.
First of all, welcome to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you in the second installment of the financial conference. Actually, in order for us to talk about digital assets, I think we need to take a step back and know what we're talking about, because I think in the short time frame that it has been in existence, it has grown in terms of potential usages and use cases in an area where a taxonomy is now developing of what we're talking about. So if we think of the world of digital assets, we first start with actually one of the newest areas, which is NFTs, or non-fungible tokens. Non-fungible tokens, if you think about it, is effectively a deed. It's a deed for either a real asset, like a piece of property, or a digital asset, like copyrights or anything of that sort. The second, and these are generally non-fungible, so these are a deed for a specific item, either physical or digital. The second category is utility tokens, and utility tokens are effectively a token or a deed that gives you usage on a product and service by the provider who's generating this token. So let's say, for example, it's a utility token that gives you computing power or storage space or anything that I, as the purveyor of this token, am providing. The third category is an asset token. And an asset token is effectively a store of value that is fungible, which means all tokens look and feel alike. And that is most closely approximated to a security, which we think of in the real world. And then the last and probably earliest usage is payment tokens. And payment tokens are tokenized assets that are used as a means of payment. And that's what we traditionally think of when we think of cryptocurrencies. That's what people think of when they think of stable coins. That's also what people often think of when they think of central bank digital currency, because it's usually used as a mechanism of payment. Now, when we take all of these classes together, that is a universe that today represents about $1 trillion of market cap across the board. And it has achieved this in a very short period of time. And the question that a lot of people ask is, why has it achieved this size? And why does it now have something like 300 million users or investors across the world? And I think that relates to the fundamental promise of digital assets. And the fundamental promise of digital assets is that they promise to disintermediate financial transactions. Because historically, when we think of financial transactions, they're always intermediated by a trusted party, and the promise is to remove that intermediator. And if you remove that intermediator, you can ultimately remove intermediation from anything that requires trust. So you can now have two parties that can transact with each other without having to trust each other, without the requirement of a trusted intermediary, without even knowing each other. And that's a fairly powerful promise. And if we think of this in the realm of tokenized assets, we can think of this in the realm of NFTs. So for example, if you can imagine having a digital registry of real estate assets where you don't need to go to the land office, and everything is tokenized and exists in a distributed ledger, that's very, very powerful in terms of cost. The other area is in our area of securities, because instead of having an exchange or a custodian, you could have securities in digitalized form, in tokenized form, that sit in the blockchain without having to need an exchange or a custodian. And that's a very powerful problem.
Very good. So the power of the blockchain, the way I understood it and have studied it, is that it's a contract that can't be broken, and that's where the efficiencies come in. I'd love to take your view as a regulator of the pitfalls, because we saw what happened at FTX, as I suggested, November 11th of last year, and then Sam Bankman-Fried having a number of different accounts and companies shuffling money from here to there. What are the pitfalls as you see building this market in Saudi Arabia as a regulator, though?
Well, John, the pitfalls of this technology are exactly the opposite of the promise and the opportunity. And I would say the pitfalls mainly are two things. One is emanating from the sheer diversity of use cases and categories that we talk about when we talk about digital assets. And that universe is still growing. as we develop, even though we've only been here for about 10 years, you still continue to find new ideas, new use cases of this universe of distributed ledger and tokenized assets. And therein lies the problem, because when you want to regulate anything, you need to have a clear use case. You need to know what are you trying to achieve, and what's the risk, and what do you not want to achieve. And the more I know of these two outcomes, the more we can set out regulations. But in the digital space, because these use cases are still developing, and they're so broad, and they're continuously expanding, it is very difficult for regulators around the world to start to regulate a certain area this early on to allow or maybe even encourage certain use cases at the expense of others. Because remember, when we first started in this digital space, the main usage was as a means of payment. As we started to develop, we're now recognizing maybe that's not the best outcome, and maybe what we want to use it is as a store of value. So you can imagine if regulators had come in that early in the process, they would have pushed things to a certain direction to the exclusion of another direction. So that's one challenge, why regulations are conservative in terms of regulating. The second is, if you remember, the promise is to disintermediate financial transactions and to disintermediate areas that require trust. The reality, 10 years later, is that the bulk of tokenized transactions are intermediated. So we've seen intermediators in the form of crypto exchanges. Yes. We've seen crypto wallets, and most holdings of digital assets today, most transactions of digital assets today are actually intermediated. And the problem, if you put the second problem, which is the return of intermediation, and the fact that regulators have not regulated, you now have an intermediated market that is effectively not regulated. So what happens then? You have all bad things like fraud, anti-money laundering, hacking, and all sorts of bad things.
Okay, so let's watch our time. There's two other things I really want to get into. How has the collapse of FTX shaped your thinking here, and why we have policies in many different countries around the world that are taking a different approach to regulation? How do you unify it? What was the impact of FTX as the head of the Capital Markets Authority?
Well, I would say, if we look at why countries have taken a different approach, I think it really emanates from two reasons. One is, you remember we talked about this taxonomy? It's really a question of how you divvy up the regulatory pie of who regulates what. And that has usually been where countries have taken the longest time, is to say, should it all be regulated by the central bank? Should it all be regulated by the security market regulator? Or should we distribute it? Or should we create a third regulator that regulates all of these activities? Historically, that has been the area that required the most time in terms of deciding how to approach it. The second difference in terms of explaining the speed of regulation is most jurisdictions will have a different weighting between promoting innovation and encouraging investment on the one hand, and between protecting investors and protecting financial stability on the other hand. And that weighting is different from country to country. So for example, if you're an offshore tax haven, obviously you want to encourage investment. You're not as concerned with investor protection or financial stability because most of these transactions don't exist on your jurisdiction. And this actually takes me to the FTX case. It is actually a typical case where you have an entity that traded in disintermediated assets in an intermediated way, so they were an intermediator. They picked a jurisdiction that happened to be the lightest jurisdiction.
Yes, actually.
And the fact that they and other digital asset purveyors are digital natives were able to shop around across multiple jurisdictions to pick the best product under the jurisdiction that allows it, and to actually shift their clients around, often without their knowledge. So if you allow me to open an account in a certain jurisdiction, I'll do it there. If you don't allow me to do trading or hedging or margin lending, I'll just move you to another jurisdiction that allows you to do that. So what the experience of FTX has done is it actually has solidified and confirmed the prudence of our approach is saying we need to get it right, and we shouldn't forget about the legacy that we've built over years and decades of how to regulate intermediated transactions.
Good. Where do you land on regulation then? Do you want to encourage this development of the sector, but as you see it today, you don't want to be like a Cayman Islands? I started to call it out, but this is where we had with FTX, right? They were using that as a hub, and then it became something that the US Federal Reserve became very concerned about, right?
I think the trick, John, is always in a happy medium to try and achieve the right balance between promoting investments and protecting investors and protecting financial stability. And I think that is why we've been very, very careful. Even though, if you don't mind me saying, even though we've been actually very aggressive about promoting innovation and fintech in general. So actually one of the fastest growing areas that we've seen is fintech in Saudi Arabia in general. We moved from nothing to roughly 150 firms in fintech in 3 years. It is today the largest investment area in terms of startup funding, with over $1 billion of investment. It employs roughly a half of the security market space. So we have 5,000 people who work in the capital market space. We have 2,000 people already in 3 years that work in the fintech space. So we've been fairly forward-looking. The one area we have to admit where we've been a little bit conservative is in the area of tokenized assets. And the main reason is we wanted to get this distribution and taxonomy right of who regulates what and what looks like what. And I think now, most recently, very recently, I think we reached an understanding which allows each regulatory body to regulate. So for example, we talked about NFTs. NFTs look like trade, so they should be regulated like trade, which means they should be lightly regulated. Utility tokens are the same way. Asset tokens, on the other hand, which look and feel like securities, should be the realm of a security market regulators, and we will start to regulate in that regard. Then last but not least is payment tokens, which are effectively a means of payments, should be under the responsibility of the central bank. And now that we all know who needs to do what, I think we've started to proceed.
Such a great explanation,
already.
by the way. We only have 2 minutes left. I wanted to ask you 2 more questions. One is, what's the currency that prevails in the world of tokenization? Does it become a benchmark for the Saudi riyal, the dirham, the dollar, the renminbi in China, the rupee? Do you think we go to a common platform of value on the transactions eventually, or you'll be represented by the riyal in Saudi Arabia?
So John, I would answer this in 2 ways, actually. So one is, if you try to peg a digital asset to a specific currency, and that's the benefit of the taxonomy we talked about, is actually you would then be closer to what we call a stable coin.
Yes.
And if you're a stable coin, actually you're effectively a bank, and you look like a bank because you are guaranteeing people a payoff in a certain currency that you don't control. So someone somewhere should make sure that you have adequate reserves in order to fulfill that promise, because it's not something that exists on a blockchain. It's something that exists, a person is giving you that guarantee. If, on the other hand, you are an asset-based token, the challenge today, and that is the challenge that we're working through right now, is there are certain tokens that are payment tokens around the world that we would want to accept as an asset token or a store of value here. And the biggest example is Bitcoin. We are unlikely to look at Bitcoin as a means of payment, but what we would like to see if we could use it as a store of value. And there, the main challenge is, can you de-link it from the payment infrastructure? And I think the sooner we can de-link it from the payment infrastructure and treat it solely as a store of value, the sooner we can start being aggressive in terms of licensing, allowing people to trade, et cetera.
Good. We have only 30 seconds left, but it's a big question, so if you need to take a minute. I wanted to find out from the regulator the breakthrough from a listing like Saudi Aramco, because you started with the biggest jewel in the crown, if you will, and what it meant for the maturity, the proof of concept for the Capital Markets Authority and for Saudi Arabia, would you suggest?
Well, John, with the launch of Vision 2030, the capital market had an aspiration of becoming one of the top 10 largest capital markets in the world by 2030. With many of the reforms, one of the most important of which is the event of listing Saudi Aramco, we moved from being the 25th largest market to the 9th largest market in the world. So I can say we are actually ahead of the curve in terms of our goals for 2030 in many respects. But I think equally importantly for us in Saudi, this has opened the door for two things. One is a pipeline of additional IPOs. Today we have a list of around 80 IPOs
I know, it's extraordinary.
sitting with us, as well as around 80 other files with financial advisors. But I think equally importantly, it has set an example for how emerging markets can use their local companies and their local anchors as keys to develop their local capital markets. Because of the top 10 largest companies by market cap in the world, Saudi Aramco continues to be the only one that is exclusively listed in an emerging market. And for this, we are very proud to have become a case study for other emerging markets of how to develop their local.
And yeah, and quite an asset to go out with. It was complicated, right, to get it right, but you did, which is the proof. I wish I could have another 15 minutes with you, but that's the best explanation I've heard on digital tokens ever. So thanks for taking us through the journey and where the kingdom lies, and then answering the question on Aramco, which I think actually opens up the door to a lot of different IPOs that the government's going to be reshaping for the marketplace. Can we give him a nice round of applause? Mohammed Al Kuwais, the chairman of the Capital Markets Authority here in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to meet. Yeah, thank you very, very much. That was a lesson for all of us, and I'm glad we had a very good audience for somebody of that seniority here in the marketplace. This is a fairly simple passover. I would like to welcome up my partner in crime, Edna Traynor, once again. Let's give her a warm welcome back. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And again, as you said, yes, indeed, that was a fascinating discussion on tokenization. But I can promise you another fascinating discussion, and my dear panel is joining me here. The role of venture capital in funding innovation for economic growth. So again, venture capital, so important for all of the companies I think that we're seeing here. We see some of the great young companies that are outside. I have a wonderful panel here, so I'm delighted that they're here to join me. So very quickly, I'd like to introduce you to my panel. His Excellency Dr. Nabil Koshak is joining us here, the CEO and board member for Saudi Venture Capital Company. We're delighted to have Yusuf Hamad, a partner with Baco Capital. Thank you so much for being with us. Courtney Powell is with us. Courtney, of course, the CEO managing partner from 500 Global, and Abdul Rahman Tarabzuni, lovely to see you, the founder and CEO of STV Saudi Technology Ventures. So they're all in a very, very busy, lively business at the moment. And Dr. Nabil, if you might start us off with this. You know, as an entrepreneur and an investor yourself, you get to see both sides, I guess. Talk to me about where we're seeing most of the interest in the moment. Almost what's hot, what's not. I mean,
sure.
You've got to be looking very carefully out there. Tell us what's going on.
Sure. I think I will start actually on shedding the light on what's happening in the MENA region, especially in Saudi Arabia. Definitely venture investment were moving from being in a nascent stage to more emerging, especially the last few years. And actually starting, just stating a couple of interesting numbers, like 17x of the capital invested in 2016, it was only $60 million. Now we're almost 2022 is a $1 billion. That's the bright side. Definitely there's gonna be some cycles, upturns, downturns, challenges. And also we were witnessing the issue with the overvaluations, and then now we're hit with the SPV issue. But I think that's I don't want to have only the rosy picture of what's happening in the ecosystem, but it's also promising, interesting, exciting, and challenging.
I bet it is, and we're going to hear a lot more about the trials and tribulations as we go forward here. I'm very, very excited about it because I do think there's so much happening in this space, and I know so many companies are depending on, you know, the great operations that all of you provide. Yusuf, we're looking at, I suppose, the wider impact for VC funding, looking at, I suppose, a local level, regional, global. Talk to me about that impact, the economic impact.
Yeah, so the reason I was looking at my phone is to remember some of the data because of SVB.
Okay,
the amount of research.
It's a tech-friendly panel. It's
we're
acceptable.
a little bit underprepared because we're all busy with what happened with SVB. So I was doing some research before this panel to kind of understand the general impact on the wider economy of venture capital, because I didn't get into it thinking of the wider impact on the economy. I just liked it. But I looked at the US, and there was some interesting data where they compared the G7 countries, the top 300 publicly listed companies in the G7 countries, and the amount of new companies that are publicly listed that join the top 300 companies. And prior to 1968, the US underperformed compared to the rest of the G7s. After 1968, which is the Prudent Man Rule, which allowed the endowments and pensions to invest in VC and the venture capital ecosystem was created, you see the US starting to take off, where today a third of publicly listed companies are backed by VCs. And if you look at the top 10, apart from Berkshire Hathaway, everything else is VC backed, whether it's Facebook, Alphabet, Amazon, and whatnot. Sorry?
No, that's fascinating.
Yep.
I haven't done that research. I clearly have to go do it. But
Yeah, and so if you think about localizing here, to an extent, it'll probably be a bit of time, but the impact is massive on public markets. There was another study that showed the impact on employment and patent growth, where VC-backed companies, if you take out VC-backed companies, the decline on employment, new jobs created, and patents will decline by about approximately 30%. And so it is a huge driver, whether it's in value creation,
Yes.
or job creation, or R&D.
That's great to hear. Talk to me, Courtney. We look at the success of what you've been doing with 500 Global. Lots of lessons I'm sure that you can share, but when we look across sectors, geographies, and different stages of funding as well, what stands out and what can you talk about? Tell us.
Yes, I mean, I think 500 has a very unique vantage point, given that we're investing now in our 13th year across 80 different countries. And if we just take what's been happening in the Middle East since we made our first investment here in 2012, the growth has been absolutely incredible. Of the first 180 seed investments that we made across venture capital, today we have 14 companies that are valued at over $100 million. And I believe people would be quite surprised by how quickly the ecosystem has accelerated. And I think that is one look at the more macro level importance of why venture capital matters across ecosystems. It absolutely is critical for governments to support what's going on in venture capital, because at the end of the day, it's these companies that are going to bring more and more job creation to the region. So we're quite excited about what's happening here in the Middle East. And sector-wise, I mean, you're beginning to see obviously incredible fintech companies, e-commerce, consumer, logistics. These are all things that we're really watching across MENA and in Saudi in particular.
I will talk a lot more about that in just a couple of minutes. Abdul Rahman, we look at, I suppose, tech and venture capital as an engine for growth. I mean, is that what you see it, an engine for growth and diversification? How convinced are you that's where it's heading?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's important to put things in perspective. So this country today is the highest growth economy in the world. It has an incredible infrastructure that has been built over the last few years to transform itself. And venture capital is a critical component of that transformation because of the mandate that we have now to transform the economy and diversify it. Venture capital is the process of pursuing bets and building a portfolio of such bets, and then going about and finding those outliers that are going to make your returns. And it's an interesting concept that you can now take and juxtapose over what this whole country and economy is doing, right? You have a very solid base of legacy assets and legacy revenue that is being transformed and disrupted. And you have now venture capital coming in, and it's only been 5 years. This industry in Saudi Arabia is roughly 5 years old and has grown significantly. Compounding effects, whether it's growth of capital that is coming in, size of checks, number of companies and startups that are being founded. So you have a lot of momentum that is now going through. And I would say between 2018 and today, you've seen what I call, say, the foundation/high entropy phase of the Saudi VC industry. You had a lot of startups coming up. You had a lot of influx of capital coming in, primarily by the government to spur the industry. And now, given the big reset that we're seeing in global markets, I think we're stepping into an even more interesting phase, specifically here in Saudi, where you're going to see a lot of discipline coming in, a lot of startups pursuing very specific and focused opportunities that are sector specific. And just to paint a picture of how big this opportunity is, we back-solved for how many billion-plus companies then the Middle East and North Africa can absorb in the next 7 years, which happened to coincide coincidentally with Vision 2030 as a milestone. And we expect 45 unicorns to come out of the Middle East and North Africa in that time frame. Saudi is going to be the most dominant player and contributor to that value creation. Out of those 45 unicorns, the global average is that you need roughly $270 million to create such, billion-dollar-plus companies. And if you do the math, over the last 5 years, we had 200-plus such Series A companies coming to life. So if you do the math, you have 200-plus companies that are ready to go into growth. You have an output of 45 billion-plus companies that this region can absorb. You need $25 billion to achieve that kind of end of race, successful portfolio of exits. And we only have 5 to date. So we expect that over the next few years, there's $20 billion that's going to go to work to create $100 billion worth of opportunity. The most exciting thing about all this is these startups are literally going into an economy that has transformed itself and digitized its infrastructure and is ripe for disruption across sectors. So it's not only the returns that are going to be compelling, but I think also the opportunity and the pursuit of just redefining industries in the country.
And these 45 unicorns that you're determined to find, they're not there yet, are they?
They're not, and we're not at our fair
but
share
you're convinced
of...
they're going to be there?
Sorry?
You're convinced they are going to be in the region?
We have to.
Courtney, tell me why, I suppose, 500 Global came to this region. What was attractive about it, particularly a few years ago?
Sure. So I think 500's ethos, the mission that we like to say is we're focused on uplifting economies and individuals through entrepreneurship. So first and foremost, we made our first investment in 2012, I believe, in Jordan, and we made our first investment in Saudi in 2016, and then we first had our on-the-ground program, our Seed Accelerator, established in 2018. And the reason why we felt so strongly about having a program on the ground here in Saudi is because it was very evident that there was growing talent, growing technical talent on the ground, and more importantly, that the government was very keen to see entrepreneurship become a leading industry in the region. So I believe the willingness of the government to support entrepreneurs, to bring global companies like 500 here, combined with the fact that we could see with Saudi opening for the first time more broadly, that they were going to become the dominant player within the MENA region. So for us, it was an easy bet to say, look, we can see what's happening. Saudi's going to become more and more prominent. And that means from a company perspective, this is going to become the biggest market, likely where companies go public in the future. And we wanted to be a part of driving that change.
No, I mean, then I think you made the right step at the right time. I'm sure there's many people probably quite jealous that they weren't going to go with you. Yusuf, let me stay with you just for a minute. You were on this concept of entrepreneurship. You also talk about invest in entrepreneurs who are innovating for the future. So, you all have a focus in terms of who you're going to invest in. It's not just any business you're looking at. You want to have a vision and you want to make sure that it is about innovating for the future. What kind of companies, abroad sort of look at? Do you look at, are you quite agnostic in terms of when it comes to specific sectors?
Yeah, I'll come to that. I just want to double down, if you don't mind, on something Abdurrahman and Courtney mentioned. Just kind of the question you asked about the future creation of unicorns where we don't have them today. We did a study where we looked at Latin America and India and the progression of unicorns over time. India had about 6 or 7 unicorn in 2014. End of 2022, they had about 90. And when we did double click on Latin America and India the same way, you'll see that 1 unicorn is created per year, and then there's a gap of 3 years. And then it's about 2 to 3 per year for about 3 or 4 years, and it becomes 7 or 8 per year. And because we all know that there's that PayPal mafia, Careem mafia effect that happens where there's a node that creates the ecosystem. And so although it's not being created today, but the growth is really exponential. And if we learn from other markets that are a bit ahead of us, with the speed, we'll see that changes. So what we focus on, we're generalists. We do focus on founders that are building technology for the future, that are helping innovate and improve the world. That comes in multiple places. We think we're starting to see deep technologies come out of the region. We invested in a company called Cyware that created a miniature spectrometer that allows you to test, to do testing on the edge. But we also see a lot of companies that are tech-enabled, and so they're using a lot of technology to make things more efficient. And so we're seeing a lot more commercialization of IP in the region that's coming out of some of the universities. Egypt had played a big role, and Saudi starting to do that. But at this stage, I think we have to cast a wide net, and I don't think we're going to see the verticalization of deep tech for a while in this part of the world.
Nabil, I mean, pick up on any of these points if you want, but also I want to ask you how important the government involvement is in this region specifically when it comes to Saudi.
Sure.
And, you know, what role does the government have to play? Has it played one role now and maybe it should back off a little bit and play more of an enabling role? Just has that role changed over the years?
Yeah, I've just shared a story from my perspective because I've been in this sector for the last 12 years.
Yes.
So there was few VCs, great believers that started actually a couple of years ago ahead of us. But I think when the government really stated very specifically part of Vision 2030, how important is backing entrepreneurship and innovation, and especially how important are startups and SMEs, their contribution in job creation and also their contribution to the GDP. I think that's actually a turning point. Since that, during the last, I would say, 5 to 6 years, a couple of interesting pillars of the ecosystem get evolved. One of them is actually the many fund of funds program, like our program, but also the fast pace of updating the regulations and policies among, I would say, the Capital Market Authority, the central bank, and the sandboxes, and all these the new company law, the bankruptcy law, all these fast pace of also allowing the ecosystem to evolve and emerge. And also by backing these fund managers, I would say since inception, we have backed almost now 34 funds covering different stages, I would say from pre-seed to pre-IPO. But we play as a gap filler in that sense. So our role is the backers, i.e. all the fund managers that are playing this role. And this is where actually the turnover of events and the growth in the venture investment in terms of the total deployed capital, as well as the startups. So basically, by being consistent as a government in fueling innovation entrepreneurship through backing, I would say fund managers definitely has the impact, not only on the private market, but also the public market, because where the exits will happen for early stage investors or later stage investors, but also being listed in the parallel market or the main market. And I think that's healthy for the whole ecosystem.
Courtney, I mean, we look at many small businesses and it's often, you know, it's just the private sector that's doing it. But talk to me about how encouraged or not you are in terms of the role of the government here and what has happened and what needs to happen.
Sure. You know, I think it's really easy for people to forget just how much government intervention there was in Silicon Valley. In order for it to become a thriving ecosystem. So the government started really backing kind of nascent technology from the 50s, the 60s, and then from the 70s on, was very heavily involved, especially with regard to deep tech being established in the US. And so today, of course, in Silicon Valley, all these years later, there's relatively little government intervention, and that's how we tend to like it over there. But in nascent and emerging markets, it's still absolutely critical that the government is paving the way, not just by funding fund managers, although that is, of course, really critical, but also by making sure that the policy frameworks that exist enable founders to easily launch businesses, easily bring in talent, and have the visa structures available to support a growing talent market. And then I think something that Saudi's done a really great job with regard to the financial sandboxes and enabling companies to have safe, secure, highly governed ways to test new technologies that are going to plug directly into the government infrastructure. all of these things are critical to having a sustainable ecosystem long term. So I still think we're in the early innings of the intervention that is going to be needed in Saudi and in the Middle East more broadly. But I think it's absolutely fundamental for Saudi to become, all that it can be, which I believe is a leading global hub for entrepreneurship.
Abdul Rahman, you want to come in on this one?
The government specifically?
The responsibility, perhaps, in a way. We look at the government aspirations here. We look at the 2030 plan.
I think what's going on here is nothing short of incredible. It's world-class. It's unparalleled. The infrastructure that the government has invested in over the last few years to build digital capabilities, localized data, open up an API economy of sorts across sectors to startups and entrepreneurs to build on top of is second to none. And I think if you look at, take the fundamentals. So look at the consumers in this side of the world. They're the highest, they punch above their weight across any, vector you want to look at, whether it's consumption online, time spent online, social media, entertainment, spend and purchase power. And then you have a lot of government spend that is coming across sectors, whether it's healthcare, defense, commerce, logistics. And you start seeing that, fundamentally, you have all the ingredients to build robust digital businesses that are that have a clear path to monetization and being listed on what is today the deepest and most sophisticated capital market in the region. You also have opportunities that are just ripe. The government has invested all this infrastructure and that is now ready to be monetized and used by founders and entrepreneurs to build value-added cases on top of these sectors. And the opportunity is there, right? We in the firm at STV, we call them the three waves. Wave number one is when you see a lot of copycat models, founders and entrepreneurs looking at models that worked globally and start replicating them, just basic copying in their own markets. Wave two is when they become a little bit more sophisticated and start looking at indigenous and hyper-local use cases that they build for their own economies. And wave three is when they actually step out and try to export a lot of these innovations they built locally to the global markets. What's very interesting is that in Saudi Arabia, you have all these three waves happening simultaneously, right? They're all happening at the same time because you have different topologies and different sectors, different investments coming in, but the aspiration is very high. And the government is putting this, let's say, North Star to transform a lot of these sectors with private sector participation. So you have an incredible momentum and dynamics that I don't think you see anywhere else in the world. Now, juxtapose all of this with the fact that, the upside is uncapped. I don't think you see anywhere else in the world where the transformation of a country that happened in a very short, limited amount of time reflects what happened in Saudi Arabia. So this can-do attitude, this open invitation to anyone in the world to be part of this transformation is also pulling a lot of capital and talent in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, stay with that, perhaps, and pick it up, because we had talked earlier when we were chatting about, how this feeds into very much the shift in mindset that's happened here. I mean, I think if we look back maybe 10 years ago, there were still a lot of people probably thinking of a steady government job and, a career path that might be a little, a carbon copy of what their parents were. But this has totally shifted.
Definitely. I think also the mindset of the investors is really crucial. So I would say, like, 7 years, 10 years back, if you mentioned actually backing a tech startup in Saudi Arabia, all investors were actually putting their money on the real estate or the public market. But I think that's a very important shift in the mindset of the investors. I would say two examples, actually, two fund managers applied to our program last year, but then Q4, we approved investing in their fund, but they come to us, they said, we don't need your money. We managed to fundraise fully from corporates and family offices and high net worth individuals. And that's actually a complete shift and change in the mindset among investors. I think the other change happening, which is actually all the fund managers here on the panel actually can say more about the stories of how most of the entrepreneurs now being backed, they're from day one, they want to build this high growth companies that goes global beyond Saudi Arabia. And we're witnessing also a lot of startups actually either relocating to Saudi Arabia or expanding aggressively to Saudi Arabia, but also we're seeing homegrown Saudi-based startups actually scaling globally. And I think that's actually a great transformation that's happening. We witnessed also a top tier, I would say, VC, Sequoia, investing in lean technologies, which is a homegrown Saudi startup. I think that these things actually, like if we discuss these things like 5 to 7 years back, it was like miracles to happen. But I think that's very good indicator how healthy, how the transformation in the mindset also, and the shifts happening among, I would say, founders and funders at the same time.
Yusuf, when we look at the possibilities of taking MENA to the world, I suppose, we see this happening on a huge scale here, the industrial scale that's happening here in Saudi Arabia, where they want to, put that made in KSA on all sorts of big industry. But it's probably more dynamic what's happening here. Talk to me about the potential that you see in the opportunities. And again, what kind of companies are you hoping to actually, bring to the world? What's the world looking for that could well come out of Saudi? And Courtney, you might want to think about this too.
No, it's a great question. So I'll build on some of what my peers mentioned about how great this region is. And when you think about it, this is an emerging economy and an emerging market. It has emerging market risks when you think about it. But we do have the best unit economics in the world. We've benchmarked the spend that this GCC, but Saudi specifically has, on a consumer spend on food, on travel, on white goods. We're 4 to 5x higher than US and Europe. And our cost base is equivalent to other emerging markets. And so we have the best margins in the world in this part. And so this is where you're able to build a company that has this cash flow engine that gives you this profitable base that allows you to take risks and expand beyond the Saudi or the Middle East. We've seen two paths. We've seen the path of light touch software that goes to the West. Fresha, as an example, came out of the region, is in 120 countries today, so it can be done. It's not that difficult. It can be done. All it takes is one, I believe. And we've seen a few that have gone sort of the emerging market route. And once you build a route algorithm in Saudi that understands the traffic dynamics of a country like Saudi, you can take that and apply it into other places in Southeast Asia or Latin America. And so we haven't seen many yet today, but walking around and speaking to a lot of the entrepreneurs today, the ambition is there, and the confidence to build those companies is there. And I think the support system that we have today, plus this is the most profitable market in the world, and has and like Abdulrahman was saying, we're young, we're connected, we use social media more than anyone else, and we're a very young population and the first or the second highest growing population in the world. And so when you think about all these dynamics, we do have everything it takes to start, and then that will create the node that we'll see entrepreneurs come out of. These are sort of my thoughts. I don't know if we can pick a specific sector or a specific business model that can scale globally. If I had to bet, I think it'll be a consumer-focused business. Just because of all the metrics that we mentioned of how much we consume social media and food and travel and whatnot, so it'll be a consumer-focused business.
Yeah, and indeed, I think when we look at population growth and we look at demographics around the world and more people, hopefully coming out of poverty and coming into a middle class, it's a consumer. They're going to spend, and that's, that demand will continue to rise. Talk to me, Courtney, about, where you see the potential to actually bring companies from this region to the world.
Sure. So, I think first of all, it's maybe helpful that we reset our framework for what global means. I think 10 years ago, when people heard, can a company go global, they think about going to the West. But today, if you look at, there are 15 emerging market economies that 500 is particularly interested in. When you combine their rate of GDP growth over the next 10 years, it's higher than that of the US and China combined. So I actually think it is not necessarily true that in order for a company to go global, they need to be entering the US market. And I think akin to what Yusuf is saying, we are seeing companies from Saudi beginning to kind of bind those emerging markets together and turn it into, a massive that is for all, or a market that is for all intents and purposes global. So for example, there's a Saudi founder created a company that's called Classera, which is an education platform that's done very well tackling the emerging markets. We're quite excited to see, how they continue to grow. You've got another example of a Saudi company who we funded in their very first round called Foodix, an incredible team that's growing across emerging markets right now. So I do think there will, of course, be companies that are playing in, emerging markets as well as Western markets, but I don't think that's actually needed in order to see the successful exits that are likely to come.
And, I think while there's definitely a very strong prospect picture that's, we're painting here, there's still challenges in the industry. Abdul Rahman, talk to me about, I suppose, the gaps that still exist here. And I think a few of you want to touch on this in terms of particularly funding and what we can do about that.
I think given the nascency of the industry, we're learning as we go.
Yes.
And there are natural phenomena that are exhibiting itself, given how the whole industry is just getting started and is fledgling. Probably the first one is to meet the level of aspirations we have in the country and to match the level of opportunity that exists, we need a multi-fold increase in the amount of talent that is available for us in the region to tackle such opportunities. Specifically in technology and in the digital space. So that's number one. That's definitely a pain area and a capping factor for the growth potential. The second is we have done so much and invested so much given the formation of the industry over the last 5 years in the early stage part of venture creation. I think now, given that the cohort of companies that have gone through the last 5 years and are now emerging to become growth stage companies and need more funding, we do see a potential crunch in the region for growth stage capital. The numbers today say that 60% of growth stage capital that is available or has been deployed over the last few months in the region is international capital, and we need to really bring that number down to make that capital come out of our local markets. The third is, I think, the balance between how much of that value creation is going to happen via top-down large companies that are on the path of digitization and growth versus startups and venture-backed companies, and where do you find a balance in balancing out that value creation pool between these two entities and create synergies and partnerships?
Nabil, please, and I think you're ready to come in, but also looking at, I think, that healthy venture investment whereby, it can happen and capital can exit and it can recycle almost.
Sure.
But in light of funding gaps as well.
Yeah, definitely. But I think, as I mentioned, that SVC and the SME Bank and the NDF, we're a gap filler in that sense. So definitely we always observe these gaps. So for instance, we found there is a scarcity of deals. So this is where we actually also backed like accelerator funds with 500 and also the Flat 6 Lab and other players in the ecosystem and the venture builders. So enhance the deal flow creation and of these startups and helping them to grow. And that's very early. But also we're doing, and that we will do, announce very soon, pre-IPO funds. So this is the funnel actually from idea pre-seed to pre-IPO funding. We are witnessing also sectorial focused funds. Now, we are sector agnostic because it's a nascent market, but I think part of the evolvement of the ecosystem to see more sectorial funds, and today we announced with His Excellency, the Chairman of the Capital Market Authority, the FinTech-focused, actually, fund of funds program. But I think also, the time is crucial now also for the secondary markets. So we're also looking at secondary funds, growth stage funds, later stage funds also to back, to make sure that we are covering all these gaps in the system and to streamline the funding from pre-seed to pre-IPO. But I think also what's interesting, also there is a pipeline of pre-IPO also deals now to be listed. Luckily, actually last year, we witnessed the first Saudi startup, which is Jahiz, to be listed in the public market. The first, I would say, VC-backed startup. And that's, again, also facilitate for many startups actually to be listed, either local startups, but we're also getting more traction of regional startups to be listed also.
And that's hugely encouraging. I have to encourage you all to speed up a little bit now because we have to wrap this up. So I need just a closing word from you all, maybe about 30 seconds as we come to this time in the evening. Tell me if there's any sort of call to action, if you can start, Abdul Rahman, what would it be that needs to be done now to really help you all get to where you want to go?
This is, by all metrics, the growth story of the world today. Saudi Arabia is the growth story of the whole world. We have the infrastructure and the means and the license to go and build our own, let's say, technology destiny. Venture capital is abundant, and the frameworks we have are prudent and deep. I would say the call to action here is for talent, really. We need as much of it as possible to join us in this effort to create the digital giants of the Middle East out of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a launch pad for the whole region in terms of technology and digital value creation. And we do see the path for us creating, in the 40 to 50 such billion-dollar plus companies out of Saudi Arabia. We moved from a linear growth story to an exponential growth story, and I don't expect it to stop anytime soon.
And it's just going to keep going. Courtney, a quick call to action on this because I have to wrap it up.
Sure. I couldn't agree more on the talent perspective, huge, but I think something to keep in mind is that the #1 indicator of the trajectory of an ecosystem is the number of new startups that are being created every single year. Today, that number in Saudi Arabia is 2 startups per million in urban population. In advanced markets, that number is between 9 and 15. So we still have a long way to go, and we want to do everything we can to encourage new startups being created in Saudi and across the region.
Yusuf?
I couldn't agree more with both. I think they've covered it really well. This is the ecosystem to back and support globally, and we need more talent and more support for the ecosystem. Maybe banking, I would suggest banking, especially after what happened.
We talked to a few of them today, and the bankers said they're going to...
Let's bank startups, please.
I'm giving you the closing word here.
Yeah, I think Saudi Arabia has been bold in how important is keeping the fueling of startups and SMEs. And I think that's going to be continuing by actions, especially last week, the SME Bank announced about 10 billion riyal for continuing fueling SMEs. There's a carve out of 3.2 billion Saudi riyal for specifically startups, and that's actually increased our AUM to 6 billion riyal. So more actually to come and to see in terms of the continuing this exponential growth that started and to be on that trajectory of keeping fueling on innovation entrepreneurship in Saudi Arabia.
And it's great to hear from all of you, experienced VCs in the market that are working with companies like that, and it's making sure that encouragement is there, the support is there financially, and also with the great experience that all of you have. So thank you for sharing so much. Your Excellency Dr. Nabil Kosak, thank you so much. Yusuf Hamid, great to have you here. Courtney Powell, thank you, and Abdul Rahman Tarabzuni, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can go off that bit. And again, I think, what a great lively panel there, and what great stories, I think, of the possibilities here. 45 unicorns to come out of this region in the next couple of years. Yes, that's aspirational, but I think in terms of what has happened in the last while, it's possible. And I think when I see the backing that come from the VCs, and they're talking millions of dollars that have to be put in, these guys are ready to go. And my colleague, Tumi, is ready to go, so I'm going to hand it back to you.
And
Thank
yes,
you, my dear.
Edna's ready to go too. Thank you very
Here we
much,
go.
Edna. I have to say, as I was listening into that conversation, I was really excited and inspired that we're having these types of conversations, particularly when it comes to innovation, when it comes to how do we think differently about structuring things. Of course, technology is one of those aspects that's key, but just innovative thinking, I think, is a really important thing that we need to keep in mind. Speaking of which, we've had 2 days of expert focus areas, conversations, networking, mixing, thinking and talking about numerous areas when it comes to the financial sector. We've come to that part of the day where we have to take a little bit of stock around what we've done over the past couple of days, but also trying to look forward and trying to think a bit more about how do we ensure that the financial sector isn't only resilient, but that it is sustainable, and not sustainable just in the green context, but sustainable in the sense that it's still going to be working pretty well for everybody in the next decade or so. And how do we ensure that the structures that we build allow us to deliver that? Well, to have that conversation with me, please put your hands together and give a very warm welcome to His Excellency Salman bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, the Minister of Finance in the government of the Kingdom of Bahrain. His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Maït, the Minister of Finance from the Arab Republic of Egypt. And joining us remotely is His Excellency Giancarlo Giorgetti, the Minister of Economy and Finance from Italy. A warm welcome to all of you. One of you has to come forward. I was wondering how long you were going to do the dance before you came to sit down, so. Excellencies to both of you, a very warm welcome and thank you for joining us. And Your Excellency Giorgetti, I know that you are under some time constraints, so thank you very much for making the time, and it is a pleasure to have you with us as well. So, because we have a really interesting conversation and not the whole day of time to talk about it, let's get straight to it. So, first of all, we know that in many instances, and globally speaking, not in a Saudi context specifically, but there are many elements of the financial sector that are coming under a lot of pressure, so there's a lot of rethink that needs to happen. The first question, or I suppose the first point of departure is, where are we now, and what is it that we're beginning to think about when we are looking forward? And perhaps, Excellency Khalifa, if I could begin with you.
Thank you very much, Tumim. If I may start, it's a pleasure to be here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, and I would like to congratulate our hosts and His Excellency Minister Al Jad'an for the perfect timing of this financial sector conference. They picked exactly the 2 days of this year in which to have it. So I do have to say, you know, hats off to you, Your Excellency, for such important timing. There are many issues that we are looking at and we have to think about when we look at the financial sector, when we look at global capital flows, and many things to consider in these times and challenges to look at. And with challenges, there are opportunities, always. And when I look at global capital flows and where they are going in the future and what are some of the recent trends around global capital flows that are important for us to take note of. First is the localization and regionalization of capital flows. That has come in part because of the disruption of supply chains post-COVID. And as we look at how capital markets are allocating capital within their own countries, within their own regions, there has been an increased flow of capital that is localized or regionalized. Second aspect is the digitalization of capital flows. The impact of the digitalization of those flows has meant that banking institutions have to really think about what the role and what type of roles they will be doing going forward. People will always need banking, but the traditional role of amalgamating capital and then distributing it, and of verifying capital flows are being rapidly replaced. Amalgamation of capital becomes much, much faster in a digitalized world. Yep. Verification of capital flows becomes very different with blockchain technologies. So what is the role of the traditional banks, and how do they then transform to deal with this new reality and use it as an opportunity to grow the businesses further? That becomes serious considerations.
Excellency Maït, would you agree, or what is your view on this? Because we chatted a little bit about it, but I'd like you to repeat some of what you said and perhaps expand.
Okay, first of all, let me start by thanking Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their kind invitation to participate in this conference, and I thank His Excellency Minister Mohammed Igdan. And let me say something that with the current situation, I believe that we need to look at many dimensions which has to be looked at in order to ensure that this financial market and this global financial system will be available and valid for all sectors. One dimension is that investor confidence in the current international economic order, in the current international financial architecture, in the current markets as a whole, in the current rules and regulations to ensure that this system is a system which can observe repeated shocks and resilience in order to save the money of the investment and the investors. This is one direction. Another direction is emerging markets. Emerging market confidence in the current capital market and in the current financial system, I don't believe that it is a huge confidence in that. Particularly that, look, 2008 was a financial crisis, and we thought, okay, we will learn from the experience of the crisis of financial crisis of 2008 in order not to be repeated. But looking at what happened over the last 2-3 years, it seems that we need to look at it again, particularly that the weakest part are the most affected by the current structure. Look at the many emerging markets who believed in this system, and they depended on the system in financing their growth and their economic stability. They found it is fragile. It is not that structure. And I listen to many who are saying now, no, we need to look at the financial structure of this situation in order to ensure that money can flow at the time I need it, not to outflow at the time I need it.
We're going to talk a little bit about that because I think that's quite key, how we look at the structure and rethinking and reworking it. But before we do that, I'd like to come to you, Excellency Giorgetti. Could I have you respond to the same question around how exactly the landscape is looking and what it is that we need to be making sure we're thinking about?
Thank you. Thank you. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be here today to tackle globalization issues. The topic that we discuss today is certainly not new, but recent global events have exacerbated the risks of our increasingly fragmented world. Before trying to provide some insight on the future, let me recap very briefly what has happened over the last few decades. In its golden age, peaking around the early 2000s, globalization had 3 significant positive effects: greater productivity and competitiveness and lower prices, the spread of technology and knowledge across borders, and increased the flow of capital across borders and fresh investment in new projects. The European Union has been a pioneer of market integration with a high level of economic interdependence among its member states, and despite the challenges of managing diverse national interests. Nonetheless, globalization has also brought a significant increase in inequalities within and across countries. Many jobs were displaced and very often a smooth adjustment towards new employment opportunities has been denied. Social tension have mounted, geopolitical tension erupted, and new barriers in trade and financial flows appeared. Governments, too, have not been fully up to pursue nationally and internationally policies aimed at effective income redistribution. The great financial crisis in 2008 was a turning point of globalization, as world economic integration has been suffering a setback since then. For example, the Trade Happiness Index which had previously contracted only between the two world wars, fell by around 3 percentage points between 2008 and 2021, and forecasts have highlighted a probable continuation of this trend. At the same time, foreign direct investment growth has been slowing down considerably in recent years. As for financial flows, the great financial crisis brought about a retrenchment of banking and financial relationships across the world, which took a long time to reverse. And more recently, the outbreak of the pandemic and Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine have intensified concerns about a possible trend towards a fully fledged deglobalization process. These two major shocks have complicated matters further by highlighting how sensitive and vulnerable our economies can be to such major structural breaks. Global value chains and the distribution of the production of intermediate goods are under stress. Vulnerabilities have emerged clearly in the procurement of essential resources, such as energy and the raw materials. With all of this in mind, what is the future of globalization then? We might see a growing trend of reconfiguration of global supply chain through reshoring, nearshoring, and friendshoring. This decision might reflect not only government policies, but also market-driven factors and the individual choice of firms aimed at mitigating certain types of risk. Reducing dependence on distant and potentially unreliable suppliers is the rule. Other byproducts of these times, in order to be resilient to new shocks, are higher production costs and reduced efficiency. On the financial side, there could be an increase in the use of national currencies for international transactions and the development of the new cross-border payment system.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for painting that picture and giving us a sense of some of the focus areas and where we need to start thinking differently. If I can come back to Excellencies in the room, and I know Excellency Giorgetti has to go soon, so we're going to revert to him shortly. I know that he has to go shortly, so I'm going to ask you really to be brief in your responses to the next question so I can get back to him. Obviously, one of the areas, if we can begin breaking down and looking, is policy. The importance of policy, and not necessarily uniformity, because uniformity is not attainable. Different jurisdictions have different imperatives and different drivers for why they generate policies in the way that they do. But when we're thinking about policy and keeping in mind the fact that we have this sense of increased nationalization and production locally, what is it that we need to be thinking differently when it comes to policy for ensuring global market flows, but understanding that there is this national imperative as well? And perhaps if I can ask you to be fairly brief on that response.
Thank you, Tumi. And I think we have a great example here in the region of looking at how policy can impact economic growth and trade flows in a very positive way. So, we look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for example, the largest growing economy in the G20, one of the largest growing economies in the world. That economic growth that has been positive for the whole region and has been policy-driven economic growth, in a large part to go into sectors and develop them in a way that hasn't been done for many, many decades. And that growth is growth that leads to job creation, leads to increased trade flows, and also leads to increased capacity for production in the global sphere for the big trends and macro trends we're seeing around friendshoring and around nearshoring for factories, and is very much policy-driven.
Excellency Giorgetti, one parting shot for you that's got two parts to it, if I may. On that question, the policy imperative that we need to, and one specific area when it comes to policy that we need to address before we let you go.
Thanks. The question is, what is in front of us? There are different possible scenarios. A first catastrophic scenario, the multilateral system breaks down completely, leading to a world divided into blocks with no winners. Then we can have different scenarios with different degrees of damage to the global integration. More or less, all studies agree on one fact. The greater the severity of the geoeconomic fragmentation, the greater the losses in terms of potential long-term output. The channels of transmission are numerous and go far beyond the loss of trade or output. Let's shift the focus to the financial sector. Fragmentation induced by geopolitical tensions could potentially have a strong implication by affecting global financial stability through cross-border allocation of capital, international payment systems, and asset prices. Or, first, reduced capital flows could hinder financial deepening and constrain investments. Or second, weaker international risk sharing might bring to higher macro financial volatility. Third, more fragmented international payment systems might increase the costs of sending remittances. Fourth, less international policy coordination could make financial crisis more severe. Faced with these risks, keeping global money flowing between markets is paramount, and one way to achieve this is strengthening the regulatory and supervisory cooperation at the international level. What happened in the last few days with the failure of Silicon Valley Bank and others is a clear warning to us all. We need speeding up the financial system reform agenda, including Basel III, the resolution frameworks, and the non-banking financial intermediation regulation. We need the capital buffers and the coordination between fiscal and monetary policy to shield the impact on households and businesses due to higher energy prices. Technology as well, and as the transition to an economy with net zero carbon emissions will continue to shape the evolution of markets and of both traditional and new financial service providers. Intermediaries and investors need to learn how to manage the risks arising from digitalization and climate change. I will now step back to the broader implication of these developments for some final thought. I believe that even if fragmentation is going to increase in the next years, the base case scenario is that it will remain manageable. In this new dangerous world, countries should try to preserve as much as possible existing multilateralism in its various articulations. One example is coordination on issues such as food security, climate change, pandemic preparedness, and financial stability. At the same time, where multilateral negotiation experience a stall, a solution could be found in an open and non-discriminatory plurilateral approach, which minimizes demanding cross-border spillovers. In conclusion, it is up to every country to play a critical role in avoiding a complete and permanent halt to globalization through multilateral action. Let's save the achievement of globalization. Let's work together to mitigate its negative impacts while enhancing its benefits. Coordination and cooperation within an international coordinating body like the Financial Stability Board, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, remain the utmost importance. Multilateralism and the exchange of knowledge and best practices brings about concrete benefits to all when navigating in such a rapidly changing world. I stop here and let me thank Minister Aliasyan for organizing this important event. Thank you.
Excellency Giorgetti, thank you very much for that parting shot. And we really do miss having you here in person, but hopefully at the next opportunity he'll be able to join us. Now, the frustrating thing is that he had to go because he named quite a number of things that I think we could unpack. But let's bring it back into the room and talk a little bit about the policy question, if we can elaborate. You mentioned, Excellency Al Khalifa, you mentioned digitization, so did Excellency Giorgetti. Excellency Mait, if I can come to you around the digitization question. People, when we think about digitization, we think immediately innovative thinking and so on. But the reality is that increasingly technology becomes tools that are used by everybody, not just business or specific sectors, to facilitate ease of life, you know, whether it be shopping, whether it be banking, whether it be travel, whether it be financial flows of money of your own money from one country to another. What is it that we need to be looking at, because we don't yet know what we don't know, when it comes to digitization and innovative thinking, looking forward and ensuring that we cover bases that will allow for continued money flows or financial flows and the stabilization that you've been speaking about with us this afternoon?
Thank you very much. I think digitalization of economies and its effect on the money flows has both. Let me say, if you look at financial sector and digitalization, it make it easier, quicker, and more efficiency to use digitalized system. And at the same level, when you look at managing physical, policies and monetary policies, it also gives some benefit for us as a Minister of Finance. Digitalization of my budget and all the transactions and cash flow and all of that, it brings some benefit. At the same time, looking at the economy and money inflows, I may say we have some disadvantage on that, because the tax base for the economy or for the taxes is sometimes negatively impacted, as the economy is on the internet and money is flowing outside of some spaces for some countries. So digitalization with innovation and innovative methods for making money flows quicker and more efficient has to be used with careful methods, and also with some advanced regulations, in order to ensure that you will get the benefit from this technology. Otherwise, you may be left only with some negative impact on the revenue of the state or something like that. So again, the integration between these methods and the regulations and the innovations and all of that together, in order to ensure that barriers for the money inflow are not there. At the same time, they are regulated in the best way to benefit the system, which can make the system resilient to ensure that we are coping with these revolutions in using digitalization and ensuring money flows very quickly and very efficient.
That's a good sense when you're looking at a global picture. If we can come to the Gulf region in particular, how does that translate? The very remarks that you're making, and I'd like to hear your views as well, Excellency Al Khalifa. How does that translate in the Gulf region, where we are anticipating so much growth? There's a lot of excitement about growth, but there's also the requirement for economies that have been perhaps not firing as well as they could have been to do better. How do we take advantage of that here?
My point of view is that the digitalization of the economy and its impact on the money and the investment, it will represent a significant part for our GDP. When we ensuring that these systems of money moving around are systems which all of us agreed for, and all of us trying to benefit from that, which can be translated again in increasing our GDP in this region, particularly that with these very quickly, improving technology and innovations. Unless we ensure that we come together, we are trying to create systems which all of us can work together on it. I believe this will benefit the whole region for pushing our cooperation quicker, for pushing our economic growth quicker. Particularly that there is a region of some sort of integration for labor, for trade, for economics, so this can support that.
Excellency Khalifa, this can certainly support that, but I think when we are thinking about the growth rate that is anticipated for this part of the world, the rapidity thereof, how quickly it's going to happen, can in and of itself also pose a challenge, right? Because it's not just about ensuring that one has the skill sets, but the regulatory framework to ensure that as that happens, the growth you've achieved is not only sustained, maintained, and increased in the long run, but you don't have 20, 30 years to figure that out.
Absolutely, and I'll add to that. In many cases, you don't know what you have to do. From a policy and regulatory perspective, there's only so much that you can anticipate in terms of what the world will look like 6 months, 12 months, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the line. So the policy challenge and the regulatory challenge becomes, how do you regulate for the future? And one of the things we have done in the Kingdom of Bahrain is with the Central Bank of Bahrain, when it comes to fintech and putting fintech at the front of the agenda for the development of the financial services industry, the question becomes, how do you regulate for fintech in a way that's still relevant and makes sense down the line, in a way that is relevant and makes sense for the private sector? So what we did with the Central Bank was we set up a regulatory sandbox. In that regulatory sandbox, fintech firms can come, apply for a license, and are shielded from the financial system until they have proven themselves. And then when they've proven themselves, they graduate with a change in the regulatory framework that allows them to graduate and become part of the banking system. So what we have ended up with is a practitioner-led policy update and regulatory update on a regular basis that is not based on a study that is prepared and then implemented, but as a live, living, breathing, updating process that continues to update itself, led by the people in the industry, getting the regulator comfortable and making the required changes as they go along. And it has been transformative.
Which effectively makes it really agile, right? Because you can respond to whatever's happening on the ground. So when people are looking, and perhaps we can speak within the region for now, when you are looking at investment decisions in the nearer and medium term, how is it that it is going to begin to be different when you're thinking about why you invest, how you invest? So how is that investment decision going to be changing when we are looking at the need for this broad change to allow for the sustainability to happen?
Well, I think one of the things that does become interesting is, where will people put capital in anticipation of a change? And that we have seen, traditionally what happens is there is a flight to quality. There's a flight to quality within markets. There's a flight to quality within banking systems when there's a period of uncertainty. And we're seeing that even over this last week. We see it happening across the world as depositors move towards higher quality banks, as capital flows move towards larger, more stable economies. That is an issue. And one of the things that it shows is the imperative for deepening capital markets. And when you have a depth of capital markets and a big development of capital markets, as we have seen in the region, as we have seen in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, by listing large companies, creating liquidity in the market, creating depth to the capital market, you manage to actually become the market to which people go. And you want to position yourself in that way. You want to ensure that your capital markets, or if you're a bank, your balance sheet is the one that people go to in a time of uncertainty.
One of the things that we haven't touched a little bit more specifically on, and Excellency Maid, without sort of revealing everything that happens in the green room, we did touch on this in the green room before we came on stage. It was this view of concern within the emerging markets of, when you love us and everything is great, we have ready access to finance. Immediately there is a crisis, suddenly we don't have that access anymore, which creates instability, uncertainty, etc. The list is long. How do we need to do that differently? ensuring that that access is maintained and retained longer term?
To be honest, this is one of the issues which I think, coming back to the beginning, the first question about how to ensure that, capital market, the money is flowing, because sometimes you look at how things are changing with the changing circumstances. And the recent experience is that when inflation is high, when interest rate in Europe and United States of America is high, the most affected are the most needed. The most negatively impacted are the most needed, which, you may argue about whether this is something related to structure, related to the engineering of the system, or it is nature. But it gives more fragility to whether this is a system I can rely on, particularly when it comes to a time you are growing, you are in need of finance, you have the money, you are under pressure that the money is flowing out rather than in. So I believe the emerging market now need to be, looking at this, because we go back to globalization. Should we go to some sort or some other model of that which can ensure some resilience at the difficult time for emerging markets? Because if you say that the main power behind the cash, the money flowing around is profitability, higher rate of return, blah, 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 it means that this is a system need to be very careful, because now the current situation is saying that emerging markets are in deep need for liquidity, for a reasonable cost of financing, which are not there. So I believe that international financial institutions, MDBs, investors, even the emerging market and emerging countries need to be looked at this, because eventually they now having problems of that. So
it's quite clear that that process and structure does need to change, because in reality, carrying on as we have been isn't sustainable. But at the same time, we have to understand that that's currently how it happens. And how we have that conversation is maybe not for us to answer right now, but I think what is important is a certain acknowledgement that it has to happen, and that the right parties have to be brought to that table. Emerging markets have to be able to have some kind of a say around how do we continue to access funding, and that it isn't taken away once something more interesting arrives on the table. What is your view on that point,
I think
Khalifa? We're going to have to wrap soon, yeah.
I think it's extremely, and I'm looking at the clock so that I...
Yeah, but I see you watching the clock.
Yes,
Don't watch the clock, watch the audience.
I will. One of the important solutions is to have empowered, well-capitalized regional development institutions who can step in and stabilize capital flows intra-regionally when there is a global flight of capital or a global flight to quality. One of the most destabilizing periods and that we have seen that have happened repeatedly in emerging markets has been when there is a global flight to quality. And the stability can be provided by well-capitalized, empowered, and active regional development institutions who can inject capital regionally to stabilize as needed.
Okay, really quick one. We're almost out of time completely. Really quick one. One particular thing that has to happen within the next 6 months to a year that can help us ensure that longevity and sustainability of flows. Excellency Mait, I'm going to give you the last word. So, Excellency Al Khalifa, if I can begin with you. It has to be quick.
I'll have
I agree with His Excellency view that, yes, it is a part on the emerging market as well, and regional markets. This is one. The second one, I think we need to ensure that the regulations governing the international financial institutions and MDBs need to take this into consideration in order to ensure stability and sustainability for the international financial structure, to be fair for both, for developing and developed countries and markets.
That's going to be a very interesting process to see how it emerges. I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to happen. Excellency Al Khalifa.
Yes, there need to be regional pockets of capital that become the solution to stabilize on a regional basis, so that it doesn't spread when it happens.
How that integrates is also going to be interesting.
Absolutely.
Because it's certainly a challenge. To both of you, I've really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you so very much. Excellency Al Khalifa, Excellency Maid, thank you to both of you. I think a very warm round of applause and thanks to the both of them. Thank you. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you. Goodness, it's hard to believe that we are just about at the end of two really interesting, stimulating, in many ways exciting days of conversation about a sector that, even though many people don't always pay attention to, feel frustrated by if it doesn't work properly, and also when things begin to cost a little bit more. Over the past couple of days, we've spoken about digitization, we've spoken about innovation, we've spoken about some of the challenges that the global economy is currently going through. Shall I say that more slowly? Going through. We've also spoken about the need for regulatory and legal framework change to ensure that not only are we looking forward to supporting sustainability and longevity, but that we're dealing actively and realistically with the question of risk. How do we mitigate some of that risk without dampening markets so much that we have this difficult recovery periods for some parts of the world post that risk event? And how resilient does the market become? It certainly has been a very interesting conversations that I've enjoyed over the past couple of days, and I hope you felt the same way. We've come to the end, which means it's time for me to say goodbye and take my leave. But of course, we also need an official close to this event. So I'm going to ask you to please keep your headsets at the ready, because the closing speech is going to be given in Arabic. So if you, like me, are not fluent in Arabic, then please make sure that you keep them at the ready. And then I would ask you to give an extremely warm and extremely generous welcome to His Excellency Ayman Al-Sayari, the Governor of the Saudi Central Bank.
In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, and peace be upon Prophet Muhammad and his companions. Peace be upon you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here for the past 2 days, deliberating matters related to developments in the financial sector. I will be delivering my remarks بالعربي. أصحاب السمو وأصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحضور الكرام.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the beginning, I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to the custodian of the two holy mosques and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for their continuous support to the financial sector to realize its objectives and to be one of the economic contributors in the kingdom. It's my pleasure also to welcome you all, as you indeed helped us in achieve success in this conference. That is one of the initiatives of the financial sector development program organized by the partners of the program, the Ministry of Finance, the Saudi Central Bank, and the Capital Market Authority. Distinguished guests, the Financial Sector Conference, which is part of the Financial Sector Development Program, seeks to develop and support the financial sector through the promotion of fintech and the creation of sufficient fintech-savvy cadres. Fintech companies play an essential role in enhancing the level of national competencies and cadre to cope with the rapid expansion of the sector. Specifically, as we are witnessing an acceleration of success in this sector. Obviously, such conferences tend to have direct and indirect impact on capacity development through exchange of experiences and vision, besides discussing ways of overcoming impediments facing the sector. This year, the conference witnessed a notable level of participation from leading national and international fintech companies and experts to identify challenges, discuss regulatory aspects, and apply best practices for enhancing the sector resiliency, commensurate with the expansion plans and growth within the sector in the kingdom. As we are witnessing the changes in the kingdom. The efforts of the central bank, the partners, and the program of development of the private sector, enabling the different financial institutions and to contribute to the economical growth and diversify the income and to incentivize other efforts, creating an attractive environment for the fintechs and what's compatible with the developments that we're witnessing globally to enable such companies to continue innovation and investing in this promising sector, with the important emphasis on the insurance sector in the kingdom that is witnessing continuous acceleration, become a sustainable sector, and what will help its contribution, assistant contribution to the GDP, in our partnership in the central bank and with our partners in the financial sector development program to implement the objectives of the program by ensuring the sustainability of our local economy, taking into consideration the importance of the strength of the financial sector and its sustainability. Looking forward to continue our efforts, moving forward to hold the third version of the financial sector conference as an incentivizing factor in the kingdom, attracting more investments in what will fulfill the aspirations of our leadership and the objectives of the vision of the Kingdom 2030. I reiterate thanks and gratitude and for all the participants and the contributors to this conference, and peace be upon you.
Your Excellency, thank you so much. We heard there from the Governor of the Saudi Central Bank, His Excellency Ayman Al-Sayari. So we're just about to close it off. And Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to almost the close of 2 wonderful days. I want to show you a highlights video, so please stay with us. But I do, again, want to thank the Governor of the Central Bank there really for reiterating his support to the financial sector and also his commitment to help the growing fintech sector in this region. I think he was equally as encouraged with all of the support from the fintech sector that we've seen at this. Sustainable growth, of course, in the Saudi economy is absolutely essential. It's number one, and it's the stability and the robustness of the financial markets in this sector, led by our dear friends at the Ministry of Finance, the Central Bank, all of the key players here, the public and the private sector, that will make sure that we are living in a very thriving, successful economy. This is what's happening here. And we're all looking forward, Your Excellency, as well, to the 3rd edition. It will be, we can't wait. So again, there's been so much going on here the last couple of days. The leading CEOs in the region and leading players from around the world coming here, looking at Saudi, reiterating what you've all said, looking at the great state of the economic growth here. I think the great work, the great foundations, the transparency, the strength that has been put in place in the financial sector. And once again, you know, this financial sector conference, I think, really attracting so many people here. I hope you've had a wonderful couple of days. So a big thanks to everybody involved, all of our dear speakers, our moderators, all of the great sponsors who have been with us, all of the partners, and all of our great production team who put everything together, and of course, all the organizers of this. So before you go, and as soon as this is over, then off you go. It will signal the end of these great 2 days. But what we want to leave you with is a little memory, a little highlight. So just take a little minute, sit back, and enjoy a little highlight of these 2 great days of this wonderful financial sector conference here brought to you in Saudi Arabia. So stay and watch, and that's it from all of us. Then please, as soon as this is finished, bye-bye and safe home. Thank you.
Welcome to the Financial Sector Conference, and welcome to Riyadh.
يسعدني أن أرحب بكم مع بالغ شكري وتقديري لتلبيتكم الدعوة لحضور فعاليات مؤتمر القطاع المالي نسخته الثانية.
Together we will shape that future.
حيث يوازن منظمي القطاع بين دورهم المهم في تنظيم القطاع وحماية الاستقرار المالي ودعم نمو هذا القطاع الهام جدا لتحقيق مستهدفات رؤية المملكة 2030.
To your mind, are we going to see less and less of the big banks coming to this part of the world looking for cash and more investments in Saudi Arabia specifically?
I think you'll see a lot of that investment starting now and in the future.
The financial sector has been looking at Saudi Arabia as a source of capital for the last many decades.
The wisdom of what's happening right now in the kingdom is that realization that relationships from South Africa to the United States, to Europe, to Asia.
The World Bank suggested that, I think it was 2018, that on the African continent you need about $93 billion investment per annum.
It's always key to diversify. With whom you diversify and find the best for that.
I think that's going to be a real challenge going forward. They did a lot.
I think today, when you look across the globe in the opportunity sets, one of the things that is critically important is what does the economic growth look like and what is the support from the governments.
Saudi Arabia will become a bigger part of the world GDP.
Traditional sources of energy will continue to play a role, so transitioning needed, and we need to help.
Transition it can't just be investing in new renewables.
And what's going on in the kingdom now is truly revolutionary in the sense that the culture has changed a bit, the investment environment has changed a bit. Like PIF have made it much more welcoming to invest in the region and have done many things to encourage people like us to invest there.
Thank you very much to me, and I'm delighted to be here. To answer your question, I think the overall flows to the developing world has increased several-fold, which is good news.
Revolutionized through digitization, through electronic trading, through foreign exchange platforms. It's really been since the advent of the smartphone and what's happened in retail banking.
In the last 3 years, we have a strategy that we are currently working on and actually submitted and debating on improving the savings behavior in Saudi.
The shorter the lead time for reform, the harder it is to get public acceptance. And this is where I think Saudi Arabia is in a comparatively good position.
If you want to increase your income, you need to increase your labor productivities. And if you want to increase your labor productivities, you need to have higher value, more productive industries.
It's very important that we embrace and seize the opportunities that the technologies can bring about, and the fact that regulators will need to do that. They need to make sure that they don't drop the ball.